Chapter 87 Prominent Skill. Chapter 87, Prominent Skill, where? Han hastily asked after he came to his senses. There. Following Li Feiyu's gaze, Han finally found a pale-faced Zhang Xiu'er within the corner of the crowd. At this moment, she was standing with two other girls who were also participating in the death match. Wearing thin white clothing, she slightly bit her almond lips, making her whole figure seem like a white-colored flower, lovely and fragile. How could weak women like Lady Zhang participate in such a bloody battle? Did that one surnamed Wang make a mistake? Han Li, who was still unwilling to believe his eyes, questioned incredulously. Xiu'er is also an inner disciple of the 7th Supreme Division, did I not tell you before? Li Feiyu replied, smiling bitterly as he said something that Han Li felt was unexpected. Han Li remained silent and speechless. It was clearly evident that the 7 Mysteries sect's remaining experts were few in number and that sect leader Wang did not have any protective feelings for the fairer S**X. In order to prevail in this dire situation, he even sent out a girl like Zhang Xiu'er, almost as if he was planning to stake everything on this one move. Brother, I'll get straight to the point, I want to be with Zhang Xiu'er. Take care of yourself. Li Feiyu lightly said, placing his hand onto Han Li's shoulder. He then turned his body and walked towards the arena. He hadn't even walked 2 steps before he heard a light sigh from behind him, followed closely by a fluctuation in the air. Instantly, another person appeared by his side. Han Li, what's so big about this? Isn't it only a death contract battle? This small situation is not difficult for me to handle. Since we are friends, I can help you with this small matter. Han Li said with a hint of a smile. Having heard this, Li Feiyu did not say anything further and exerted his strength to pat Han Li's chest, quietly saying, "Good brother. Thank you so much." Han Li kept a smile on his face, not saying another word. It was just as he said. The reason why he followed was partly because he knew Li Feiyu for quite a long time, so their relationship was quite close. As such, Han Li was unwilling to look on helplessly as Li Feiyu ventured off by himself. On the other hand, Han Li was a highly skilled and bold individual. He did not believe that the feral wolf gang's so-called experts could pose much of a threat to him with his fireball and imperial flight technique. On top of this, he also was a bit eager to test his own strength. The two men strode forward, squeezing through the crowd and heading straight for Wang Juechu's side. Halfway, the two ripped off their Broken Water sect uniforms, revealing their 7 Mysteries sect attires. Han Li and Li Feiyu's sudden appearance and change in identity caused both sides to stare at them foolishly. No one tried to prevent their movements, allowing them to easily arrive in front of Wang Juechu. Division Head Li. Dr. Han. Upon seeing Li Feiyu, Zhang Xiu'er was pleased beyond expectation. Her coquettish face revealed her to be pleasantly surprised, and if the area wasn't filled with so many people, she might have thrown herself in her lover's embrace, pouring her heart out. Sect leader Wang also recognized the two individuals, his eyes revealing a trace of surprise. To him, their sudden appearance was very unexpected. External Blade Division's division head Deputy Li Feiyu pays his respects to the sect leader. Li Feiyu spoke loudly. The two of us wish to sign the death contract and join the death match. He directly stated his request, not waiting for the others to question him about his appearance. Meanwhile, Han Li stood to the side without making a sound, maintaining an appearance similar to that of Li Feiyu and sect leader Ma. Hearing Li Feiyu speak, sect leader Wang swallowed down the words he was originally obligated to ask. The cold look on his face revealed a hint of a smile as he warmly said, "Very well. As expected of our 7 Mysteries sect's loyal disciples. With Division Head Li joining the battle, the sect will surely receive a better chance at victory. However, I think it would be better if Dr. Han does not join. After all, his medical expertise is very crucial to our sect. If something were to happen to him in the death match, it would be a fatal loss. Hearing these words, Hanli gave a faint smile. Instead of waiting for Li Feiyu's explanation, he shifted slightly, causing his body to disappear right in front of sect leader Wang. Sect leader Wang was surprised, and just as he was about to look in all four sides, he heard Han Li's lazy voice drift over from behind him. I don't know if my own skill is worthy of sect leader Ma's attention, but if I were to enter the death match, I believe that I would be able to protect myself. Therefore, I hope that sect leader will accept my loyalty. Sect leader Ma's heart was overwhelmed with shock. He would have never thought that Han Li, who was renowned in the sect for his medical expertise, would also possess such a terrifying martial skill. Unexpectedly, Han Li was able to soundlessly penetrate Wang Juechu's defense and approach his back without attracting Wang Juechu's attention. Such terrifying skill. Just who exactly is this person? Hidden within our sect, just what is his purpose? A train of fearful ideas sprang forth in quick succession within Wang Juechu's mind. He turned his body and looked at the seemingly harmless Han Li. Sect leader Wang couldn't help but draw his gaze to his own three martial uncles, only to see that the three martial uncles' facial expressions had also changed slightly. Their eyes revealed a hint of shock, making it evident that Dr. Han's skill caused them to feel unrestrained fear. A series of different thoughts rushed around in sect leader Wang's mind, but he finally made a decision. He abruptly laughed loudly before cordially saying, Dr. Han's heart must have been wholly devoted to the sect. As the sect leader, how could I possibly refuse? He then used his finger to point at the two disciples whose skills were the weakest out of all of them. They stepped out of the lineup, allowing Han Li and Li Feiyu to take their places. Sect leader Wang also allowed Han Li and Li Feiyu to use black ink to write their names in the blood-red death contract, permitting them to become members of the death match. The commotion within the Seven Mysteries sect was naturally witnessed by Jia Tianlong, and even though he felt that the adding of two experts was a bit unexpected, he did not put it within his heart. After all, he believed that the fleshy body of mortals would be unable to stop Monk Golden Light's flying sword technique. Therefore, both sides finished signing their respective death contracts and exchanging them, thus signaling the start of the death match. Only one side would be able to leave alive. Chapter 88 Golden Light Barrier. Chapter 88 Golden Light Barrier. Monk Golden Light had a prideful expression on his face as he stood in the middle of the arena with the members of the Feral Wolf Gang standing behind him. Before he emerged, he had already guaranteed Jia Tianlong that he alone would be sufficient to face all the challengers from the Seven Mysteries sect. But of course, the price for his services would have to be adjusted accordingly from the previously agreed amount of 5,000 taels of gold to 8,000 taels of gold. The moment when Monk Golden Light thought about the rewards he would be receiving after the battle, a fiery heat rose in his heart. He stared disdainfully at the crowd, straining himself to hold back from slaughtering all the members of the Seven Mysteries sect. Instead of being with Li Feiyu, Han Li stood at the other side of the crowd. Since Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiu'er were standing together, whispering sweet words of affection to each other, Han Li naturally would not be so rude as to intrude into the personal world of the two lovebirds. Seriously, what is he thinking about when he is with his young lover? To think that they could still talk about their emotions and love right now when we are about to fight for the sect's survival. Han Li felt a sour taste in his mouth. After he came back to his senses, Han Li, like the rest of the sect members, stared curiously at the dwarf standing in the arena. The Feral Wolf Gang's participants all hiding in the back. This is too incredible. They actually allowed such a dirty-looking dwarf to begin the fight. Could it be that the dwarf has some sort of strange and profound martial technique? Han Li blinked his eyes as he pondered in his heart. Sect leader Wang's thoughts flowed down the same path as Han Li's. Instead of rashly allowing his sect members to swamp the arena, he selected a protector wielding a saber to test the waters. It seemed like he intended to scout out his opponent first before making a decision so that there wouldn't be any accidental casualties. Although the battle format was supposed to be a battle royal, if one side only sent out a single man, it would unquestionably become a one-on-one fight. As sect leader Wang thought about this, he decided to act as such. When Monk Goldenlight saw only a single man approaching him, he roughly knew in his heart what his opponent was thinking. Hee hee. The sound of a strange laughter emerged from his throat. His voice was capable of breaking apart drums, causing those who heard it to tremble uncontrollably. The protector that Wang Juechu sent out was a strong warrior more than 30 years old with an extremely valiant appearance. His hands, wielding the saber, were tightly clustered with visible green veins. One look was sufficient enough for one to know that he was extremely proficient with the saber. Even after hearing Monk Goldenlight's strange laughter, his heart remained unshaken, which proved that he had experienced countless battles. As Monk Goldenlight saw the strong warrior approaching him, he stopped his weird laughter and nonchalantly took out a piece of yellow paper from inside his robes. The yellow paper was inscribed with words and patterns that glowed with a golden light, and Han Li could tell with a single glance that this item was extremely valuable. The dwarf ignored the approaching warrior. Instead of moving forward, he held the yellow paper in one hand and started chanting an incantation. Although the strong warrior from the Seven Mysteries sect was unsure of what mad plot his opponent was hatching, his fighting experience was incomparably vast, and he understood that it would be best to finish off the dwarf before the dwarf completed the incantation, in case the battle became disadvantageous for him. As a result, he didn't even pause to think before his body vigorously leapt into the air, drawing close to the body of Monk Goldenlight with a few steps. He raised the steel saber in his hand, and with a glint of cold light, he struck against the head of his opponent. The strike was swift, ferocious, and heavy, filled with all of his strength. As soon as his eyes witnessed the edge of the saber landing on Monk Goldenlight's head, the incantation had already been completed. Before the steel saber could come into contact with his body, Monk Goldenlight held the piece of yellow paper against his body. Abruptly, a piercing ray of golden light flashed, emanating from the hand that held the yellow paper. This extremely golden piercing ray of light blinded the strong warrior, but he did not have the slightest hint of panic, continuing to swing his steel saber downwards. Dang! The sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the entire arena. The strong warrior felt a wave of heat from web of skin between his thumb and index finger as the saber he was wielding almost flew out of his hands, causing him to be shocked. Although both his eyes had not managed to see clearly, he knew that the situation was perilous. He tiptoed as he backtracked a distance of several zhang before pausing. Brandishing his saber, he maintained his position. At this moment, he could hear the crowd in the arena letting out gasps of shock and astonishment. The strong warrior began to get worried after hearing the crowd's reaction. He desperately wanted to know what had happened and why was his clash with the dwarf so bizarre. Fortunately, his eyes had recovered his vision, and he hurriedly shifted his gaze forward, only to see the dwarf standing motionlessly several zhang ahead of him. His entire body seemed to emit an aura of golden light an inch wide around him. This golden light was akin to a thick armor, enveloping the dwarf and giving him a level of protection that was impervious to even the wind and rain. The protector's saber attack had struck the barrier of the golden light and did not manage to even wound the dwarf's body. The protector did not understand the origin of the golden light that was as tough as steel and iron. It had actually made his saber attack ineffective. Although the protector had vast amounts of experience, this was the first time he had seen such an incredible thing, causing him to be stunned. Wielding the steel saber, he was worried, not knowing whether he should advance or retreat. Not only was the protector stunned, the spectators in the crowd were astonished as well. Within Jianghu, the number of individuals who knew immortal cultivators were extremely sparse, especially within such a remote location like Stateview. As such, the golden light manifested by the yellow paper was extremely mysterious and unfathomable to the members of the Seven Mysteries sect. Jia Tianlong felt joy in his heart as he witnessed those from the Seven Mysteries sect looking at each other with dismay. Standing at the back of the crowd was Hanli, who was even more astonished than the others. Hanli knew that on this mountain peak, there was no one other than the dwarf who understood how to use magic techniques. It was obvious to him that the dwarf used an incantation similar to that of Solok Talisman. However, Hanli felt that this technique was even more powerful than the Solok Talisman. When no one was watching, Hanli quickly activated Heaven's Eye technique by reciting its incantations. Having activated it, he hurriedly turned his gaze in the dwarf's direction. He saw that beneath the golden aura, there was a flickering white light on the dwarf's body. When compared to the golden aura, this white light was too faint. If one was not looking for it, he or she would have most likely not been able to notice its existence. This dwarf was actually an immortal cultivator whose magic power was much lower than Han Li's. This caused Han Li to be delighted and anguished at the same time. He was delighted because, as a beginner, his magic power was richer when compared to the dwarf's, which signified that the dwarf had merely dabbled in immortal cultivation. Han Li also felt anguish because he did not know whether or not the dwarf knew any other magic techniques of which he was not aware. As such, he was not sure if he would be able to handle the dwarf. Chapter 89 Spear and Shield. Chapter 89 Spear and Shield. Han Li turned his head to look at sect leader Wang, who had a gloomy countenance. In that moment, the three men standing near sect leader Wang had a great change in expression and started talking amongst themselves. It seemed that the dwarf's golden light was not something to be trifled with. Covered by the golden light, the dwarf started laughing with his head facing the sky. Soon after, he domineeringly shouted, "This venerable master is standing here motionlessly and will allow you to attack as you please. If there is no one here capable of breaking this monk's gold barrier, then not a single one of your insignificant lives will be spared." After this was said, he gave an arrogant sneer. Monk Golden Light's speech had thoroughly changed the Seven Mysteries sect disciples' apprehension into rage. Immediately, many valiant martial artists wanted to rush out from the crowd and charge straight toward the dwarf. However, sect leader Wang stopped them. Wang Juechu waved his arm, signaling the protectors at the scene to return. Then, he said a few words to the tall and sturdy man, who nodded his head and walked step by step toward to the dwarf, upright and unafraid. As the dwarf saw the fully bearded man walking toward him, a malicious gaze flashed in his eyes. Because his natural body was deformed, he had been ridiculed since a young age. As a result, he especially detested bold individuals with tall and lofty figures. This man before him fell within his scope of resentment. He was already thinking of what cruel method he should use to torment him. The bare-chested man was one of Wang Juechu's three martial uncles. If one did not see his full bearded face, they would have thought him to be an oaf. However, his true age had already passed a cycle of 60 years. He used to be known as a valiant and brave individual in the Seven Mysteries sect, killing countless enemies for the sake of the sect. Confronted with this strange golden barrier, he naturally would not act rashly. This person examined the barrier and glanced at Monk Golden Light protected within. He cracked a smile, and with two extended fingers, he flicked the golden barrier, causing a clear, dang sound. This frivolous act agitated Monk Golden Light. He sinisterly said, "Do you wish for this immortal master to send you to an early reincarnation?" As the martial uncle listened to these words, his expression changed. He unexpectedly strode forward a single step, arriving at the dwarf's side. Lifting his leg once more, he appeared behind the dwarf. In order to get to the mind of Monk Golden Light, the martial uncle circled around him with long strides and increasingly faster revolutions. In a blink of an eye, his figure became indistinct. Monk Golden Light was incapable of seeing him clearly. Monk Golden Light had become dizzy from the opponent's continuous rotations, causing the fury in his heart to intensify. Without taking the time to think, he brought his hand to the inside of his robe, seemingly with the intention to take something out. Just then, the circling bearded man naturally took notice of his opponent's actions. He suddenly let out a long whistle that resembled a dragon's cry and a tiger's hiss. The whistle was both strong and lengthy. It shook the ears of everyone on Setting Sun Summit with a droning noise that also affected leaves and branches of the trees nearby. After Monk Goldenlight heard the whistle, his shaking hands were rendered powerless. His hand stretched toward his bosom, but unexpectedly, he did not withdraw it. Suddenly, the sharp, loud sounds of bursting joints came from the bearded man. They grew more and more hurried until finally the sounds were like the winds and rain of a torrential storm. The sounds had even covered the whistling. The bearded man had circled to the front of the dwarf and stopped. He then stopped whistling and the sound of his joints bursting had stopped. At this moment, those who were clear-headed discovered that the bearded man's body had changed dramatically since his revolutions. The muscles on his chest and arms were greatly bulging outwards and were pure black, as if cast in living iron. When compared to the dwarf, it was as if he were a giant. While Monk Goldenlight was gasping for air, he took out a thin long box from his bosom. This wooden box was completely dark and was covered by a paper talisman that sealed the contents. Without waiting for the dwarf to tear off the paper talisman, the gigantic spirited man extended his huge hand like a palm leaf fan, and without politeness, he ruthlessly smashed against the golden light. The strike rocked the barrier, deforming it and causing the dwarf to sway incessantly, making the unstable dwarf incapable of tearing off the paper talisman. Monk Goldenlight's mind was overwhelmed with shock. He was fully aware of the might of the golden barrier surrounding him. This man was actually capable of striking and deforming it, which required a great amount of godly force. The contempt in his heart could not help but almost entirely vanish. His hands moved more quickly to tear off the paper talisman. With the sound of tearing paper, the talisman had finally been ripped off. Monk Goldenlight's face showed an expression of joy. He then heard a thump as the bearded man unleashed strikes against the golden barrier in quick succession. The dwarf's body swayed accordingly and was unable to remain standing, causing his buttocks to fall to the floor. Only at this moment did he discover that the man had used both hands and legs to assault the golden barrier like a squall. His current golden barrier was the same as kneaded dough. With the opponent's punches and kicks creating new dents, bulges, and warped deformations on the barrier, it seemed that the layer of golden light could break at any moment underneath the martial uncle's fierce assault. Seeing this, Monk Goldenlight's expression drastically changed. Flustered, he was no longer capable of maintaining the poise of an immortal master, and instead proceeded to chant an incantation. Unfortunately, he had made many errors in this hurried attempt, so there wasn't the slightest result. That black box hadn't moved even a jolt. In the back, Jia Tianlong saw everything and was somewhat amazed. On one hand, he was amazed by Monk Goldenlight's idiotic actions and obliviousness. On the other hand, he felt awe as he witnessed the martial prowess belonging to Wang Juechu's martial uncle, who could test the power of the golden barrier belonging to Monk Goldenlight. The barrier could truly be considered impervious to sword and spear. Water and fire couldn't penetrate it either, similar to its ineffectiveness against a diamond-hard shield. Unexpectedly, this golden barrier was trembling greatly under this person's punches and kicks, and accumulated deformations according to the martial uncle's wishes. Chapter 90 Flying Sword. Chapter 90 Flying Sword. From the situation in the arena, it seemed that the violent man held an absolute advantage. However, no one knew that this particular person, who seemed to be incomparably mighty, was actually secretly grumbling to himself. Every fist he unleashed caused a portion of the barrier of golden light to cave in. The impacts fiercely vibrated the barrier. It would only be a matter of time before the barrier would be totally destroyed. But no one knew that every time the man's fists had come into contact with the golden light, the man could feel a sharp wave of rebound energy that seemed to reciprocate the strength he used. Currently, all 4 of his limbs were grievously damaged. He knew that once the effects of his skill faded, all of his limbs would probably be immensely swollen. In addition, the barrier of golden light had an insane recovery rate. After a short while, the portions that he caved in with his attacks would immediately return back to their original shapes, as if the barrier was never damaged in the first place. Moreover, his previous attacks were aimed randomly at the barrier of golden light, merely causing its shape to be distorted, but other than that, there seemed to be no other effect on the barrier whatsoever. The tall and sturdy man continued in this manner for a period of time, while the barrier of golden light vibrated intensely, as if it would break apart at any moment. Now, the thoughts of everyone present went in the opposite direction. They understood that this tall and sturdy man's attacks were unable to destroy the golden barrier. His immense strength would at most be able to create some dents on the barrier, but it would not able to completely destroy it. So not only did Jia Tianlong abolish the idea of sending reinforcements, but the dwarf also regained his former composure. But because he had embarrassed himself earlier, Monk Golden Light's features seemed to have a trace of embarrassment, and as he stared at the strong and sturdy man, his gaze became increasingly malevolent. But because he was suffering the barrage of attacks from his opponent, his body was unable to stand straight, and every magic technique he intended to cast misfired. As such, he stopped his incantations and stared intently at his opponent while muttering a string of curses under his breath in an unknown language. As for the tall and sturdy man, he did not feel any changes, so he continued frenziedly attacking the golden barrier. The spectators all thought that this individual had boundless energy and would never need to rest. Clang clang clatter. Exerting his full strength, that ferocious man unleashed 2 strikes and a kick before turning his back in retreat. That massive frame of his did not seem to hinder his speed. The man's actions caused the spectators to be shocked. A commotion arose shortly after. Monk Golden Light was shocked as well, but he swiftly flew into a rage. He hurriedly sat down and crossed his legs. Placing a black box horizontally onto his lap, he began to mumble an incantation. Both his hands were extended in front of his chest in a strange position as he shivered forcefully, expending a seemingly tremendous amount of energy. Looking at the violent convulsions shaking the dwarf's body, everyone present thought it was as if all the fingers on his hands possessed the strength of 1,000 jin. TL, 1 jin is equal to 0.5 kilograms or 102 pounds. At this moment, the tall and sturdy man had already left the area designated for the 7 Mysteries sect, as if he wanted to retreat back to the crowd. However, he suddenly heard a loud voice from behind his back. Rise! He lightly rubbed the gray streak in between his hands. The gray streak's brilliance was immediately exhausted, revealing its true appearance. It was actually a Daoist paper talisman. In addition, a picture of a small gray sword was drawn on this peculiar talisman. The small gray sword on the paper talisman was drawn vividly and lifelike, as if it were real. In addition, there was no magic power urging the small sword to move, yet it emitted a faint flowing light on its own, as if it were an exceptionally sharp sword. Its cold aura was menacing. However, he had second thoughts regarding this Daoist talisman. Recalling the previous great display of its outstanding mysterious power, he felt somewhat satisfied. After all, its ferociousness was seen with his own eyes. He was certain it will be quite useful later on. Han Li easily pocketed the talisman in his bosom. He didn't dare to swaggeringly use this item in front of its previous owner. Who knows what tricks the opponent could do with the talisman? In addition, he was quite unfamiliar with the telekinesis technique, having never practiced it on a suitable object. He supposed that if he were to use this object now, it would be very difficult to injure his opponent with it. Across from him, Monk Golden Light stared helplessly as Han Li pocketed the treasure he had taken from him. He could not help but become furious, but he did not have the courage to step forward and tear it away from him. It should be known that since the opponent was able to easily erase his spiritual power from the talisman, his opponent's magic power should be several times deeper than his own. He truly did not have the courage to contest against him. Hanli saw that the dwarf was strained. Monk Goldenlight was clearly angry but did not dare to speak, knowing that he was already subdued by his opponent. Not knowing who was superior, Hanli's nerves couldn't help but want to settle this matter even more. Finally, deciding to be a fox masquerading as a tiger, Hanli exerted the imperial flight technique on his body. His figure flashed several times until he arrived in front of the dwarf. Seeing Hanli move in the way that gods appeared and demons vanished, Monk Goldenlight grew even more fearful. He could not help but recoil several steps, timidly saying in a soft voice, "What are you going to do? I'm not conquering this region's resources, nor did I take any spiritual herbs or immortal elixirs. I only received a few of these mortals' gold, nothing more. Furthermore, I didn't violate your local clan's interests. You have no reason to kill me." Hearing these words, Hanli was secretly delighted. He knew the opponent had mistaken him as a representative of some immortal cultivation clan. His confidence suddenly rose a bit. He deliberately gave a faint smile, and soon after, he feigned a mysterious identity and softly asked, "I don't know who your excellency is. Why have you taken the initiative to participate in mortal affairs and disturb the local order of the secular realm? This puts my clan in a difficult position." Hearing the opponent's mind town and thinking that Hanli lacked the intention to dispose of him, the dwarf immediately roused his spirit. His two small eyeballs spun around in several circles and he hastily said in an evasive manner, "I am a disciple of the Yi clan from the Qin Yi mountain range. I was simply passing by. Because I was an old friend of the feral wolf gang's commander, I couldn't resist their plea and decided to help them out. By no means did I have any intention of deliberately offending your clan. Brother, I hope you'll forgive me. What is the name of your noble clan? In the future, this humble man will certainly visit your clan to apologize for this offense. I think I shall return this treasure to you, its original owner." Deceptively, Hanli spoke in a sincere tone, although there were some lingering traces of unwillingness in his expression. The dwarf was extremely happy. To think that the immortal cultivator in front of him was so naive that he would want to return the treasure that the dwarf had just lost. Afraid that any hesitation would cause Hanli to change his mind, the dwarf stopped thinking further about it and hurriedly decided. As he waved his hands, the golden barrier around him dissolved completely. He extended his hand to get back his talisman and rudely said, "Since brother is so sincere, I will no longer be polite." Seeing the dwarf had extended his hand in an attempt to grab the talisman, Hanli's expression abruptly underwent a huge change. He pointed to the back of the dwarf and excitedly called out, "Clan leader! Why has this esteemed elder arrived at this place?" Upon hearing this, the dwarf froze, so frightened that he no longer cared about the treasure. He turned his head around, but there was no one there, only silence. OSH*T. No matter how stupid the dwarf was, he knew that he had fallen for Hanli's trap. Hurriedly turning back his head, he could only feel a hot sensation near his chest. Soon after, flames started rising up his body, covering him in a sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, the dwarf was incinerated into ashes. After this moment, Hanli let out a long sigh and retracted the hand that he had used to shoot out the fireball earlier. Using the small fireball technique and killing his opponent with a single move, the whole process seemed extremely simple, but he had actually expended a great deal of effort under a lot of pressure in order to come up with this plan. Now that his sneak attack had succeeded, a joyful smile broke out on his face, and he praised himself silently. Jia Tianlong and Wang Juechu had clearly seen what happened just now, but they did not understand what they saw. Because neither Hanli nor the dwarf was willing to let others listen in to their conversation, they had spoken in extremely low tones. The spectators were too far away and thus were unable to hear their voices. They only knew that upon seeing Hanli, the dwarf got extremely afraid, but after exchanging a few sentences, the dwarf appeared to be sincerely begging Hanli for something. During the final moments, they saw that when the dwarf's back was turned, Hanli had abruptly unleashed a fireball and incinerated the feral Wolfgang's backer, easily disintegrating him into a layer of white dust. Jia Tianlong felt a bitter taste in his mouth, so bitter that it seeped deep into his heart. How could this have happened? Originally, the outcome was in their favor, but why did it end up like this? After this unremarkable disciple of the Seven Mysteries sect appeared, everything was suddenly turned upside down. Even Monk Goldenlight, an immortal cultivator, was burned to a state where he couldn't be any more than dead. Chapter 94 Complete Victory. Chapter 94 Complete Victory. Although he had obtained these 3 items, he was not capable of immediately using any of them. However, Hanli still collected them without a trace of politeness. Hanli then stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Using a smile that wasn't truly a smile, he looked toward Jia Tianlong and the rest of the feral wolf gang. Do you intend to break your own meridians, or would you rather have me personally send you off? Hanli's tone was very polite, but the meaning of his words did not give the feral wolf gang the slightest amount of leeway. Hearing these words, Jia Tianlong felt an extraordinary cold feeling permeating through his body and freezing his entire face. He constantly warned himself to remain calm and that there would be a method to deal with this man. However, he could not help but wipe his forehead that was covered by a layer of cold sweat. Jia Tianlong forced a bitter smile, knowing that he didn't need a mirror to know that his current complexion was, without a doubt, extremely unsightly. With great effort, he turned his head around to look at everyone from the feral wolf gang, only to find that the complexions of his men were also pale. All of them were frightened and wore expressions that foretold the imminent arrival of a great catastrophe. These people were at a loss, not knowing what to do. The slightest will to fight could not be seen in their panic-stricken eyes. Jia Tianlong was dispirited. Facing the Seven Mysteries sect, he looked at his archenemy, Wang Juechu, who was coldly gazing back with a look that could kill. For the most part, the rest of the crowd had hateful expressions and a thirst for revenge. Jia Tianlong was at a loss. As he unconsciously looked outside of the deathmatch arena, his gaze fell upon his originally loyal and devout subordinates. The previous feelings that they had had and what their expressions currently expressed had nothing in common with each other. There were some who were anxious and others who were aloof, but the majority of them had unexpectedly cheerful expressions. They were all whispering in each other's ears, evidently feeling pleasure from Jia Tianlong's misfortune. This will not do. We, ourselves, will decide whether or not we will die here. We will survive and continue to complete our hegemony. It was unknown whose expression it was that touched Jia Tianlong's nerve, but frenzy suddenly flashed through his eyes. Men, come. Iron guards, advance and prepare your crossbows. The rest of you, wait for your orders. All of a sudden, Jia Tianlong loudly bellowed with a great amount of inner strength. Jia Tianlong was worthy of being a commander. Even though the men participating in the death match were previously at their wits' end, his roar that contained inner strength roused all their spirits, making the men seem as if they had just woken from a dream. Regardless of whether they were from the feral wolf gang or just experts of a small faction, they all had a pillar of support. One after another, they wiped their fists and rubbed their palms, adopting a determination to fight to the death. Hanli slightly wrinkled his eyebrow and gave a light snort. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked towards Jia Tianlong. It seems like I still have to waste a few more movements. Hanli thought while laughing to himself. Fire the crossbows. Seeing his opponent enter into range, Jia Tianlong licked his dry lips and gave the order without hesitation. Immediately, hundreds of green steel crossbow bolts fiercely shot toward Han Li. They formed a large mass in front of Han Li, preventing even the wind and rain from passing through. An astonishing scene occurred. When Jia Tianlong saw the Han Li across from him face the oncoming crossbow bolts, the youth did not have the slightest amount of fear. Instead, he gave Jia Tianlong a strange smile before his body began to blur. Those approaching crossbow bolts passed through Han Li's figure without the slightest obstruction and flew off into the distance. In that split second, it was as if his body was incorporeal. Soon after, underneath the full light of day, his body shook several times and disappeared without a trace. Jia Tianlong's complexion ashened. Just as he instructed his subordinates to be careful, Han Li had suddenly appeared only a few dozen steps away from them. Without waiting for Jia Tianlong to give the order, the Iron Guards disorderly shot out arrows from their crossbows once more. This time, the bolts were followed by flying knives, sleeve-sprung bolts, and a number of other hidden weapons. Combined, they were like a swarm of bees shooting towards Han Li. The attack made these people look at each other in dismay. Their opponent was no longer in their sight, having disappeared without a trace. Just as Jia Tianlong became alarmed, he suddenly heard two miserable shrieks from behind him. He was taken aback and immediately turned around. He saw two Iron Guards near him turn into human fireballs. He also saw that the youth who had earlier disappeared now had his palms pressed against the guards' bodies. In the instant his palm left their bodies, the two Iron Guards had already turned to ash. As the youth's palms parted, Jia Tianlong faintly saw a flickering red light from the center of his hand, but he didn't know what astonishing technique Han Li had used. What Jia Tianlong saw was a demonstration of magic techniques and martial arts being perfectly used simultaneously. A red light glowed from both of his hands. Each glowing light was a small fireball from the fireball technique. Han Li slowly circulated magic power through his body, returning the small fireballs to their original size. Then, his figure disappeared once more and immediately reappeared at other end of the crowd. Once again, another feral wolf gang member was turned into a raging fireball. In this manner, Han Li intermittently disappeared and reappeared within the crowd. Each time he appeared, there was a victim. Regardless of where he touched the victim with his hand, that person would immediately combust and thoroughly disappear from the world. Jia Tianlong blankly looked ahead with eyes that lacked even the slightest spirit. His complexion turned ash-gray, like that of a corpse. In that short moment, more than half had died under Han Li's hand. Those remaining felt insecure, and one after another, they began to flee in every direction. However, in the face of the opponent's ghost-like body technique, these people were reduced to ash, one after another. By the time he was down to his last subordinate, Jia Tianlong's fiery spirit was already smothered. The commander of the feral wolf gang had become completely numb. He knew that the fact that he was not touched by Han Li up until now was a meaningless facade, deliberately upheld by his opponent. However, he was the only one remaining now, so he reckoned that the deadly fire would eventually descend onto his own head soon. Han Li did not let Commander Jia Tianlong wait any longer. After he got rid of the commander's last subordinate, Han Li did not hesitate and immediately flashed behind Jia Tianlong. Han Li gave Jia Tianlong preferential treatment by sending him off with a complete fireball. After the great Jia Tianlong was delivered to the next world, Han Li clapped his hands and softly said to himself, "It seems that killing this many people is not too difficult of a matter. I told you earlier to settle it yourselves. That would have been much better. There would have been less suffering as well, but you made me settle this personally." The feeling of being on fire must have certainly been unpleasant. TL, delivered to the next world, in Chinese literally means return west. This is a euphemism for dying, but it implies that a person has returned to a reference to Buddhism. Chapter 95 Demonic Name Resounding Famously. Chapter 95 Demonic Name Resounding Famously. Hanli raised his head and stared at the arena. Regardless of whether they were members of the Seven Mysteries sect or the Feral Wolf Gang, all of them had no hint of color on their faces as they stared at each other with expressions of dread and fear. Whether it was retrieving the flying sword, killing Monk Goldenlight, or instantly turning Jia Tianlong's 10 bodyguards into ashes, all of these actions indicated that not only was Hanli an immortal cultivator like Monk Goldenlight, but he also lacked kindness or mercy. His methods were even more cold-blooded and ruthless than that of Monk Goldenlight. Thus, wherever his gaze landed, the people in the direction of his glare would lower their heads and hide. Nobody dared to meet his gaze. The current Hanli was capable of invoking fear into everyone. Still not getting lost. Could it be that you want to stay on the mountain and have me send you off? Hanli coldly said in the direction of the Feral Wolf Gang members. The sound of his voice could not be considered loud, but the thousands of people currently at the mountain summit could hear him clearly, causing them to be terrified by his voice. Quick, let's escape. If we linger here, he will burn us to death. An unknown person shouted. Simultaneously, the Feral Wolf Gang and the rest of the invaders from the smaller sects instantly became chaotic as they pushed one another, trying to be the first to run off the mountains. The stream of people rushing down caused the small mountain path to be extremely crowded. Along the way, many of them were grievously injured and even trampled to death. Shortly after, the setting sun summit was emptied. Other than the members from the Seven Mysteries sect, there was no one else. Wang Juechu was astonished and elated. Never would he have thought that the danger his sect faced would be so easily averted or that Jia Tianlong would be destroyed so forcefully. However, there were also traces of uneasiness in his heart despite his happiness. He knew that since Hanli could easily avert their disaster, he could also pressure the Seven Mysteries sect with ease or even destroy it, causing them to become the current Feral Wolf Gang. As sect leader Wang thought of this, traces of worry once again appeared in his initially relaxed heart. Involuntarily, his gaze shifted to the center of the arena. AI. Where's Dr. Han? The shocked sect leader Wang drew in a sharp breath. Earlier, that indeterminable expert, Hanli, had disappeared without a trace. Did anyone see Dr. Han? Wang Juechu hurriedly asked. No idea. Didn't notice. Almost everyone in the crowd had no idea where Hanli went, but this was only to be expected. After all, their attention had been fixed on the method that Hanli used to burn his opponents. Who would dare to turn their gaze from that inhumane monster? Because of his ghostly body movements, if Hanli didn't want them to track his movements, it would be extremely simple to achieve. There's no need to look for him anymore. I saw that he had mixed himself with the crowd and has already departed from Setting Sun Summit. Many gray-robed men opened their mouths and asserted this once their countenance recovered. Already left. Where was he going? Sect leader Wang had a complicated look on his face. He bitterly smiled, murmuring to himself. As he contemplated his surroundings, his gaze landed onto the uncertain corpse. Wang Juechu's eyes suddenly shined with a bright light as his lips curled into a smile, revealing the look of a crafty old cheater. At this moment, an incomparably excited Li Feiyu talking to Zhang Xiu'er. Because his good friend suddenly exposed himself as a powerful expert, Li Feiyu didn't notice that he became the focus of someone's attention. Afterward, he would close his eyes to replenish his energy before resuming his practice. In this manner, Hanli repeatedly persisted his dry and dull training that lasted for 3 days until he had fully mastered the initial stage of the telekinesis technique. Chapter 96 Flaw. While practicing his control over the talisman's flight, Hanli discovered that using the telekinesis technique to propel the talisman would turn it into a gray streak of light. Although it was incomparably sharp, there were some major limitations when it was put into full use, even though it could cut through nearly everything and attack according to his will. First of all, propelling this gray light cost too much magic power. Once Hanli cultivated to the 8th layer of Eternal Spring Arts, he could continuously use Fireball technique 100 times. However, when controlling the gray light, his magic power could only persist for a short quarter of an hour before it was completely exhausted. He currently remembered that earlier, Monk Golden Light had not immediately made use of the gray streak. His magic power was far too limited and could only control the talisman for a pitiful amount of time. This explained why he had put up such weak resistance when Hanli seized the gray streak. While though the dwarf was controlling the gray streak, the dwarf had probably expended more than half of his magic power. In addition, Hanli's magic power was originally far greater than that of the dwarf's. When contesting in magic power with the dwarf, it was natural for the dwarf to be completely and utterly defeated. In addition, another problem with the gray streak was that its attacking distance was quite limited. The gray streak could only be easily controlled within a radius of about 70 meters. Outside of this range, his control would become rigid and sluggish. Occasionally, he would lose control. When flying outside the range of about 100 meters, the gray streak would completely change back to its true form as a talisman and drop to the ground. With regards to those two flaws, Hanli believed that once his magic power advanced, those problems would gradually be alleviated. However, there was one last problem, the talisman's fatal flaw. After using the talisman several times, Hanli became aware that the cold light emitted from drawing of the small gray sword slowly grew weaker the more he used it. It seemed that its lifespan was gradually reduced. In other words, this talisman had a limited number of uses. When the number of times it could be used passed the limit, it would be completely exhausted and die a ripe death. Once Hanli had somewhat learned to control this gray light, he immediately stopped practicing. After all, he wanted to be able to use this talisman during a crucial moment of dangerous situations. Perhaps in a later crisis, this item would be able to save his tiny life. In the same way, Hanli believed that the golden talisman that could transform into a golden barrier also had a similar restriction. However, for the time being, he didn't know the incantation to use it. He could only store it away and prepare it for future use. After Hanli had rested, he investigated the triangular command medallion and the Qin clan's manual. Unfortunately, he gained nothing from these objects. 5 days passed in this manner. The moment when Hanli removed the sign saying that he would not see others, Li Feiyu rushed in like a fart. When he saw Hanli, he told him about the rumor of him turning into a demon. These rumors left Hanli speechless, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He could only harden his face and give Li Feiyu an unhappy look. Li Feiyu was obviously making fun of him. Li Feiyu finally stopped laughing heartily and slowly restrained his smile. He said to Hanli with a solemn voice, "You should be able to guess the reason why I came here. N. Is it not because the sect's many elders did not feel at ease with me and sent you to scout out my attitude?" Hanli dully replied with indifference. He. As long as you know. As if he were burdened by the elder's great trust, Li Feiyu let out a sigh. Chapter 97 Backhand Transaction. Chapter 97 Backhand Transaction. As soon as sect leader Wang heard this, his heart could not help but thump like a drum. Yesterday, he and the other elders had received Hanli's message from Li Feiyu that he would come to Setting Sun Summit tomorrow at noon. Some of these people had immediately felt that Hanli was far too dangerous and lost their reason, proposing during the meeting to take action and seize the opportunity to kill Hanli. However, this proposition suffered great opposition from a different group. They recognized that such actions were far too dangerous and that they were likely to suffer great retribution if they failed. Those wanting to take action immediately divulged rumors for quite a while and dreamed up many justifications during the night for the purpose of intense refutation. Actually, all of these people were well aware that the accusation that Hanli was far too dangerous was all but just a pretense. There were some people that were envious of his cultivation technique and had planned to conspire against him in order to reap gains from Dr. Hanli. Perhaps even those who opposed the accusations possessed similar intentions. It was just that they would use milder and more covert methods compared to the people who outright conspired against Hanli. In sect leader Wang's presence, both of these groups quarreled with anger and excitement. From the beginning of each meeting to its quick dispersion, no side had truly convinced the other. Instead, they continued to argue garrulously. Finally, when the surviving martial uncle, the gray-clothed man, saw that the conflict showed no signs of settling down, he coldly said a few words to immediately calm everyone down. Could it be you aren't afraid of his elders coming to find him after he's killed? The gray-clothed man's words were like a bucket of cold water, immediately sobering the elders' feverish minds. That's right. Hanli is so young, but he's already this ferocious. He must definitely have an immortal class elder behind him. Even if we cover up the nature of his death, when his elders come, wouldn't everyone here die a tragic death? When they understood that killing Dr. Han would be equivalent to killing themselves, those who originally advocated an attempt to poison Hanli had completely changed their minds. However, one or two of them were still blinded by greed and persisted, though they now suggested more moderate methods to deal with Hanli instead. Sect leader Wang had just heard Hanli speak some profound words. He felt somewhat guilty, and believed that Hanli possessed great magic power. Because Wang Juechu did not know how Hanli had learned the details of the dispute that occurred the day before, he grew even more cautious. However, Wang Juechu had been a sect leader for many years, so his experience and shrewdness were extraordinary. He quickly broke away from the effect of the Heaven Eyes technique and regained his normal expression. Medicinal god Hanli, why do you say these words? This entire sect couldn't possibly thank your venerable self enough. After Wang Juechu had examined the situation, he decided to explore the meaning behind Hanli's words. Then why did I hear that there were people who wanted to harm me? Hanli stated in a dull tone while laughing grimly. As sect leader Wang heard this, he was initially frightened, but after looking for signs of anger from Hanli, he soon calmed down slightly. Since Hanli did not speak with an angry tone and had come to see him by himself, he may have simply heard a few rumors without knowing specific details. It seemed that Wang Juechu still had some leeway to repair the relationship between Hanli and the Seven Mysteries sect. Medicinal god Hanli might have misunderstood. Yesterday, a few degenerates had indeed appeared in the sect in an attempt to forget favors and violate justice. However, please be relieved. These people have long been captured and are under strict observation. The great majority of the sect are nevertheless grateful towards you, Dr. Han. We absolutely wouldn't take actions that would harm our friends and benefit our enemies. After pondering for a moment, Wang Juechu spoke those words with an awe-inspiring righteousness. Hearing this, Hanli grimly laughed in his heart. Ever since he had revealed his strength and assisted the Seven Mysteries sect through this calamity, he had reminded himself to be careful of the proverbs, the birds are gone, the bow is put away, and to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. He did not believe that the others would have kindness and be thankful towards him, but the hearts of men were truly hard to fathom. He resigned himself to the words that the great men have once said, so long as there were benefits, forgetting favors to violate justice and not recognizing one's family were no less common than drinking water. This was also one of the reasons why he had refused to meet with the conspirators after Hanli had returned to the valley. He had deliberately made these elders cool their heads, otherwise, the torch of greed would completely burn away their reason. Although he had told Li Feiyu to deliver a message that he would meet with the elders, Hanli did not plan to meet them on schedule. Even though his current strength was far greater than that of an ordinary expert from Jianghu, if the elders were to use a few shameful methods, there would be far too many methods capable of killing him. As a result, he intentionally arrived half a day earlier for the sake of his safety, stealthily meeting with sect leader Wang by himself. Just now, he had merely probed Wang Juechu a little. This great sect leader Wang had revealed all that he originally wished to conceal. It seemed that these 7 mystery sect elders had truly thought over such matters and wanted to act against him. However, this did not matter. Regardless of whether the other party truly wanted to act against him or were just contemplating about it, they would not elicit any anger from him. By the time he finished his business with the number 1 figure in the 7 Mysteries sect, he would have already gone far away. Thus, he would no longer have any relations with them. After looking at Wang Juechu for a moment, he mysteriously said, "I won't speak any more nonsense. I won't hide this from you, sect leader Wang. After this meeting between your venerable self and I will depart from this place and travel to a faraway land. It is very likely that I will not return to the celestial Rainbow Mountains. Before I leave, I wish to make a deal with sect leader that would be beneficial to both parties." A deal? Hearing that Han Li would leave, sect leader Wang was stunned. However, after hearing that he wanted to make a deal with him, he was even more bewildered. What kind of deal can I do for medicinal god Han? He could not help but be somewhat perturbed. When noon arrived, Han Li did not appear at Setting Sun Summit Sect Hall at the time he had originally set. Instead, sect leader Wang arrived to the meeting place last, trembling with excitement. The great sect leader Wang proclaimed on the spot that they did not need to wait for Han Li because Han Li had already left the celestial Rainbow Mountains. He did not know where he went, but he guessed that Han Li had departed the Jing province and even State of Yu. As a result, all their troubles had already faded away. When those who were present heard these words, they all widely opened their eyes and looked at each other in shock. The entire meeting room was absolutely silent. He isn't here anymore. Then haven't our plans turned to bullshit? Why did he leave? These people had helpless thoughts circulating in their heads. TLN. The birds are over, the bow is put away, to get rid of someone once he has served his purpose. To destroy the bridge after crossing the river, to abandon one's benefactor upon achieving one's goal. To forget favors and violate justice, to kick a benefactor in the teeth. Not recognizing one's family, to be self-centered and not make any allowances for the needs of a relative. Chapter 98. Return to the village. Not long after Han Li had left the celestial Rainbow Mountains, sect leader Wang announced that he had decided to accept Li Feiyu as his successor and had promoted him from division head deputy to division head of the external blade division. From then on, Wang Juechu had placed an immense amount of care and trust on him. Furthermore, Han Li's third uncle would make a careless blunder and break the sect rules in the future several years from now. When he should have been worrying for his life, sect leader Wang had intervened and defended him. And as for sect leader Wang himself, he became grievously injured after facing several formidable enemies in one of the sect's future conflicts and was drawn to the brink of death. But every time the sect members thought that he would finally succumb to his injuries, sect leader Wang would consume a medicinal pill from a jade bottle and somehow miraculously survive. Not only that, but he could also still prance about, full of vitality. This caused others to feel somewhat jealous, and they probed him for details about the origins of the medicine. But of course, Wang Juechu would never divulge the secret, instead, murmuring inconsequential words whenever they asked him. Thus, all those who wanted to know his secret returned empty-handed. After Wang Juechu passed away, he left behind a medicinal pill named Vitality Raising Pellet. By this time, there were only 3 pills left inside the jade bottle. These 3 pills caused a storm of blood and brought endless troubles for Wang Juechu's descendants. Nevertheless, these were all events that would take place in the future, so there was no point discussing them right now. As for the current Li Feiyu, he was holding a few bottles in his hand and a paper note. He had just returned back to his residence from Zhang Xiuer's place, and discovered several items that suddenly appeared in his house. The paper note was left by Hanli, and the information it contained was very simple. Hanli had left the Seven Mysteries sect and might never return. The note also mentioned that inside the bottles were medicinal pills that he had painstakingly concocted. They would be able to extend Li Feiyu's lifespan, so Hanli hoped that Li Feiyu wouldn't reject his gift. On the back of the paper, there was an impression of Han Li's smiling face near his signature. Adjacent to the smiling face was a sentence congratulating Li Feiyu and Zhang Xiuer, hoping that they would marry soon and have many babies together. After Li Feiyu recovered from his shock, he ran out of his residence and rushed up a small mountain peak that was close to his home. On the mountain peak, Li Feiyu gazed towards the main gate of the Seven Mysteries sect, only to see a field of green. He was unable to discover a single silhouette, but he waited motionlessly for half a day before drawing in a huge breath. Trembling as emotion showed on his face, he said in a low voice, "Take care of yourself. I wish you well on your future path." Only then did Li Feiyu slowly descend from the mountain peak. Depression emanated from his lonely back. At this moment, a horse-drawn carriage was trotting on the pathway, heading east. Hanli and Crooked Soul were sitting inside the carriage. Although this four-wheeled carriage was not that cramped, Hanli had spent 3 taels of silver and temporarily rented the vehicle so that only the two of them were within the carriage. This wooden carriage appeared worn and tattered on the surface, but the interior was actually extremely clean and tidy. Not only that, the 2 horses that were pulling the carriage were at the prime of their life, filled with strength and vitality. With vigorous strength, they pulled the carriage along with such swiftness that it could be comparable to flying. It was precisely because Hanli had noticed these 2 details that he was willing to spend 3 taels of silver to rent the carriage. All this had once captivated Hanli so the extent that he had dreamed about it daily. Now, it finally appeared in front of his eyes. Hanli suppressed the excitement in his heart. He allowed the driver to stop the carriage far outside the village, while Crooked Soul remained in the carriage. Then, Hanli walked towards the direction of the village. The closer he got, the faster his heart thumped. Hanli had not felt such an irresistible emotion in a long time. Chapter 99, Departure. Finally, Hanli entered the village, advancing step by step. As he walked through the village entrance, he heard a burst of joyous sounds from musical instruments. Strangely, not a single person could be seen as he walked through the village's small streets. Hanli's heart stirred. The empty streets and the joyous sounds were memories from his childhood that he couldn't be more familiar with. This was clearly someone's wedding celebration. Everyone in the village would celebrate and join in on the fun. Hanli lifted his spirits and slowly spread out his spiritual sense. By doing so, he discovered that both young and old had gathered together at the village center as he expected. However, the place they had gathered at felt so familiar to Hanli. Was this not the house where he had lived? Hanli was surprised by no small amount. Could it be? Hanli had a faint guess at last. He sped up his pace, hastily passing by many households and turning many corners until he saw the sight before him. Several hundred villagers were surrounding an earthen courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there were many tile-roofed houses that were in better condition than the houses nearby. A large banner with celebratory words hung from each entrance. In addition, there was a small group of instrumental performers that was making quite a bit of noise at the front of the courtyard. There were some villagers who stood, others who crouched, and a few who were not paying attention and simply sitting on the ground. Gathered into groups of 3 and 4, they whispered and sometimes engaged in heated arguments. Some continued to look at the courtyard with envy. In addition, there were many children joyfully chasing one another under adult supervision. Seeing this familiar scene, Hanli's mind was distracted for a time. In this split second, it was as if he had returned to his childhood from long ago and was with the other children, chasing them while making lots of noise. Z's. The Han family's fourth daughter truly has good fortune. I heard the husband is a state official from the city, a truly studious and scholarly individual. Z's, the sound of a tongue clicking. Truly. And she is going to be his legal wife. She's going to have the status of an official's wife. Legal wife as opposed to being a concubine. I heard that the Han family had delivered a frighteningly large dowry, several dozen taels of snowflake silver. They are truly wealthy. The village women's noisy gossiping roused Hanli from his stupor. The Han family's fourth daughter. Isn't that my little sister? Could it truly be the day of my little sister's wedding? Hanli felt a burst of vague emotions continuously surging inside him. Though what he thought remained a mystery, Hanli hid behind a large nearby tree several steps away, attentively and unwaveringly staring at the courtyard gate. Suddenly, someone shouted from a distance, "The sedan chair has arrived. The groom has come to receive the bride." Upon hearing these words, the villagers were in an uproar, instantly becoming a boiling cauldron of voices. "The bride has emerged. The bride has emerged. Quickly come and see." The clamoring even surpassed that of the shrilling children. Han Li's spirit shook as he fervently continued to watch the courtyard gate. Creak. The wooden courtyard gate opened. More than a dozen men and women came out, escorting a young woman wearing a red wedding dress in between them. This young woman's chin was sharp, and her appearance was graceful, belonging to a girl 16 or 17 years old. At this moment, her face was bashful. Hanli widely opened his eyes and attentively observed this young woman's appearance, trying to find some resemblance with the little sister from his memories. Aside from her general facial appearance and the corner of her eyes, he found no other trace of familiarity from his olden days. The rest of her appearance could no longer be associated with the little sister from his memories. Sigh. A girl changes 8 times from childhood to womanhood. These words truly make sense. Hanli bitterly smiled and then swept his gaze to the people at her side. This fatty is third uncle. I can already tell who he is with a single look. He's just as fat as before. That large tan person at the side is eldest brother Han Tai. That woman close to his side should be his wife. Han Li's mouth muttered as he called their names out one by one. This somehow made him relax a little. When his gaze fell upon an old gray-haired couple, Han Li ceased speaking. Motionless, he blankly stood behind the tree. His expression became extremely complicated. Among these emotions included happiness, timidness, and bewilderment. His parents had aged far greater than Han Li had anticipated. When he had gone up the mountains, he remembered that his mother's hair was jet black. However, all of her hair was now ash-colored. Furthermore, his father's originally straight back was now hunched over. Han Li remained speechless, while his mind became dizzy like a ball of paste. Because of everything that had occurred, he didn't notice that it was already dawn. By the time he cleared his head, his little sister had already sat in the red silk sedan chair and was carried off into the distance. Following closely behind was a scholar mounted on a large cyan horse. Han Li focused his sight to look at the sedan chair that was moving further away. He gazed at his parents in the crowd, and then closed his eyes. After he had deeply engraved the appearances of his parents and several kin into his heart, he turned around. His face expressed unwavering determination as he walked toward the village's exit with large strides. Han Li knew that if he were to walk across the village entrance once more, he would come across these people and spend the rest of his life here. He clearly knew that ever since he had gained insights in the eternal spring arts and learned about the existence of immortal cultivation, he had walked on a path completely different from that of ordinary mortals. Regardless of whether there would be misfortune or happiness, prosperity or hardship, he would never regret his choice. Translator's note: Thank you for reading. This is the end of RMJI Book 1. I hope you've enjoyed the series so far. Chapter 100, Jiayuan City. The Lan Province is the 8th largest of the 13 provinces in the state of Yu. It is located in the southern region of the state of Yu. Despite its small size, it is said to be quite wealthy, second only to the Axian province. With fertile land, countless rivers, lakes, and canals running through the region, as well as constant favorable weather, the province was extremely suited to growing grain and rice. Thus, it became the state's largest producer of crops. Located in the center of Lan Province was Jiayuan City. Although it wasn't the Lan Province's capital, it was, without question, the largest city in its province. The Great Lu Canal, which spanned from the north to the south of the province, passed through the center of the city. In addition, several roads and waterways also ran through the city. As a result, the city's transportation was highly developed and could be considered the hub of water transportation, as well as the main road of trade and commerce in the region. Every year, an enormous amount of merchants and travelers passed through, spurring an enormous amount of trade at this location. Therefore, the fact that Jiayuan City became the largest city in the province was not strange in the least. In Jiayuan City, there was traffic of all sorts. Docks and boatmen were numerous, and could be found anywhere in the city. Boatmen, cart drivers, and unskilled laborers were as many as number of the hairs on an ox. There were several tens of thousands of people, including Sun Ergu, who relied on the harbor to make a living. Sun Ergu. Sun being a surname, not the star in the sky, and ergo meaning second dog, like his name suggested, Sun Ergu had long, slanted eyebrows and crooked eyes. In addition, he had the appearance of a ruffian, a cross between a rotten pear and a spoiled. However, because he was skilled in flattery and reading body language, he had actually been able to secure the position of minor gang leader. Managing several tens of unskilled porters, he made a living off the harbor transporting the goods and luggage of passing merchants. This was the reason why Sun Ergu's many subordinates had hastily gathered at early dawn and respectfully addressed him with, "Good morning, Grandpire," and, "Grandpire has come." In Confucianism, status is often associated with age. That is why you often see in Chinese stories, "I, your father," or "this grandpa," referring to self, as a way of acting arrogant. Hearing these greetings, Sun Ergu could not help but be somewhat smug. After all, being addressed as "grandpa" indicated that here, he was someone of status. Consequently, he exhibited an air of arrogance. He finally responded to his subordinate's greetings after snorting from his nose, "Who is Grandpire? Shouldn't it be Grandpa Ergu?" "It should, but here, there's only a two-legged dog imitating a man." A play on words from his name. Ergu, air. Go. Dog. Ha. Ha. The burst of mocking and ridicule could not mask the words that entered Ergu's ear. After Sun Ergu had heard this, his face suddenly sunk, and his mood dropped in an instant. He slowly turned his head and looked to the several tens of people at the other side of the dock. He brought his gaze down to a large, burly, dark-skinned man as a hint of hate flashed in his eyes. Among all the people that Sun Ergu hated the most in the entire city of Jiayuan, this large, dark-skinned man would absolutely make it into his top 3. If someone were to tell him that he or she would use the wealth of Sun Ergu's entire family to thoroughly make this large, dark-skinned man disappear from the world, Sun Ergu might hesitate, but if he or she changed it to only half of Sun Ergu's wealth, he wouldn't hesitate to agree in the least. Naturally, this was because he led a life of decadence. The so-called entirety of his family's wealth wasn't much to begin with. No one had known what the dark-skinned man's name was for quite a long time. The people at the harbor either addressed him as Grandpa Black or his nickname, Black Bear. He was the leader of the small gang Iron Fist Group, while Sun Ergu held a similar status in the 4th-level gang. As a result, these factions had arrived at this dock to supervise the porters of their respective sides. A mountain cannot hold two tigers, let alone this minuscule dock. As a result, the two gangs have had tense relations since. After several conflicts over merchant customers, their relationships grew even more vile. Whenever the two gangs saw each other, they would sneer in contempt and shove each other aside, falling short of a full-on conflict. If the subordinates acted in this manner, then what was there to say about the greatest beneficiaries of the business here, Sun Urgu and Black Bear? These two figures looked at each other with great dislike. However, as the young gang leaders, these two knew that the Iron Fist Group and the fourth-level gang were allied gangs. They had united to fend off the comparatively larger Poison Dragon gang. As a result, although the two had wanted to drive the other away from this place and monopolize the dock, they could only restrain themselves for the time being. However, they accumulated resentment and fury against one another and vented their feelings through their subordinates' verbal conflicts. Their exchange of insults had become a common occurrence that took place every morning. As a matter of fact, Sun Urgu's subordinates did not even wait to initiate a conflict. Many clever, eloquent subordinates struck back without a trace of politeness. Do you know what animal is the most stupid of them all? Bears. Which of bears are the most stupid? Black bears without a doubt. When Black Bear had originally heard his own subordinates ridicule the other party, his face wore a proud expression. However, his elated face darkened after hearing these words. Sun Urgu started to smile. Pleased, he patted the shoulders of several subordinates to further encourage them. Black Bear's subordinates were not to be outdone. Those on Sun Urgu's side were not polite either. A great deal of filthy words spurted out from both sides. Everyone became each other's old grandpa, and neither side feared the other. Naturally, the conflict at the dock was not pleasant to hear. Vulgar unpleasantries of all kinds were exchanged. As the leaders of their respective gangs, Sun Urgu and Black Bear coolly looked at each other. Since they were people with status, they naturally could not join in the abusive, quarrelsome racket. Just as these two sides' mouths and tongues were about to dry, saliva suddenly splattered. One of Sun Urgu's subordinates cried out in alarm, "A boat is drawing near." These words roused Black Bear's near 100 cursing subordinates, who all exhaled in surprise. As for the amount of money to be made, it depended on their luck. The day before, they had made a deal ensuring that today was the Black Bear gang's turn. Thinking of this, Sun Urgu glanced over to the side, only to see Black Bear's men discussing in a low voice. Shortly after, a man ran excitedly towards the direction of the youth. Out of the question. It's impossible for you to carry my belongings alone. Call another person over. Hanli commanded as he looked at this robust man, glanced at the large amount of baggage on Crooked Soul's back, and lightly shook his head. Young master, I'm strong enough to carry such a small luggage with just one hand. There's no need to look for others. The muscular man wasn't willing to split his earnings with the other porters. Not only that, he was sure that there was no way he wouldn't be able to carry the baggage unless it was filled with stones. After he finished speaking, the muscular man walked in front of Crooked Soul, with the intent to snatch the luggage away. Hanli sighed. Inside the luggage, there was about 2,000 taels of silver, as well as an assortment of other random items. The total weight, which was not light at all, was impossible for ordinary humans to carry. But seeing how passionate the muscular man was, Hanli could only helplessly signal Crooked Soul to hand the baggage over to the muscular man before he tried to snatch it. As expected, once the baggage was in the muscular man's hands, his countenance underwent a drastic change. He expended his energy but could only walk a few steps before running out of breath. Embarrassed, the man had to put down the baggage and eventually called one more person for help. Hanli finally nodded his head in satisfaction upon seeing that the two of them were able to carry the baggage. He quickly left the harbor, walking on the path that led to the city. It wasn't that Hanli lacked knowledge about how the world functioned. Although his experience in Jianghu was limited, he could sense the pair staring at him through eyes filled with greed. Little did they know that they were about to invite trouble of a magnitude that they would not be able to handle. Seeing the youth's back moving further and further away, Sun Ergu retracted his covetous gaze. He suppressed the joy within his heart and locked his eyes with the eyes of Black Bear, who was on the opposite side of the dock. Both of them knew that within the baggage, there was most likely an immense wealth. As expected, Black Bear was also filled with joy. He slightly hesitated before flashing a look over to Sun Ergu, who intuitively walked towards a nearby rubbish dump. Before this huge source of wealth, even if Black Bear was the one who killed Sun Ergu's father and stole his wife, he would also be willing to put aside all grievances and work together. After all, humans die for wealth, while birds die for food. TL. Idiom man will do anything in his power to become rich, 50-50. Sun Ergu said in a low voice. 30-70. This was originally our prey. Black Bear directly refuted. 40-60, and I can't lower it any further. Your explanation is not enough to make me concede. Sun Ergu stated in a sly manner, hitting the nail on the head. This, Black Bear hesitated. Naturally, he wanted to maximize his own profits. Humph. You can take your time to think all you want, but I'm afraid that people from the other gangs already have their eyes on this fat sheep. Sun Ergu coldly snorted. All right, we'll do it your way. Let's strike our palms to seal the deal. Black Bear was obviously agitated by Sun Ergu's words, but he quickly agreed to the offer. Paw paw paw. Sun Ergu and Black Bear spat on their palms and struck each other's palms 3 times, forming a temporary alliance. Okay, quick, we need to catch up to him before he disappears into the crowded areas. Sun Ergu hurriedly exclaimed. Hee hee. Don't you worry, I've already instructed the 2 whom he hired as porters to lead him into a backwater alley. Let's hurry over there now to intercept them. Considering himself quite crafty, Black Bear laughed. Excellent. What a cunning plan, my old brother. Sun Ergu's expression broke into joy, but inside, his heart shuddered. He silently reminded himself to increase his guard when dealing with Black Bear. Chapter 102, Murder on Arrival. Walking away from the dock, Hanli had his 2 porters walk in front of him and lead him to a nearby inn. He planned to first have a proper rest and then think of his other affairs. These 2 men didn't hesitate to lead Hanli into the city. On the way, they turned 7 corners and changed directions 8 times. After they walked for a good while, he hadn't seen the slightest trace of an inn. Although Hanli continued to follow behind the 2 porters, he saw that with each passing road intersection, his surroundings became increasingly desolate. He wrinkled his brow. Although he hadn't lodged within a large city before, he still knew that it was impossible for an inn to be established in such a secluded place. What customers would possibly arrive here? Thus, when they brought him into a filthy, dark alley, Hanli bitterly smiled. He felt that he should immediately restrain the 2 and torture them into telling him what sort of scheme they were planning. Just as Hanli had thought to act, 10 large men suddenly appeared further up ahead in the alley. These men seemed somewhat familiar. Indeed, he had seen them earlier, at the docks. These men held a variety of iron clubs and daggers. At this moment, they gazed at Hanli and Crooked Soul with malicious intent. In addition, those 2 porters who were carrying Hanli's luggage suddenly charged into the crowd and turned their heads, giving Hanli a sinister smile. Hanli sighed. It seemed he no longer needed to interrogate them because he realized their plan. He didn't expect that, as soon as he stepped foot on Dr. Mo's hometown, he would come across a cheap plot to kill him for his money. Boy, don't blame our cruel hearts. You should blame whoever let you bring this much silver for your bad luck. A coarse voice spoke from behind him. Hanli turned to look, finding 7 to 8 robust men appear behind him. They were led by 2 men, one of them was tall and burly, and had black skin, while the other had a crooked head and rat eyes. They were Black Bear and Sun Urgu. This was not the first time these two had done this kind of shady business, plotting to kill and steal. They clearly understood that, so long as the job was done cleanly and no witnesses remained, the authorities would not take notice of it. After all, even if someone were to report a missing foreigner, the amount of people that went missing each year was far too great. It was impossible to expend the great amount of effort to look for them one after another. That was why, after Black Bear had finished talking, he did not hesitate to signal several men to charge. Those men brandished their deadly weapons and quickly surrounded Hanli and Crooked Soul. Seeing these large men's bloodthirsty, cruel appearances, Hanli could not help but feel a desire to kill flash through his eyes. He knew that these men had done such deplorable acts on more than one occasion, otherwise, they wouldn't reek so strongly of blood. Kill them all. Do not hold back. Hanli coldly commanded Crooked Soul. Upon hearing Hanli, Crooked Soul let out several soft roars, each roar carrying a trace of excitement. It suddenly charged out, rushing directly into the crowd. Who? The giant let out a punch as fast as lightning, hitting a large man's head. That robust man became like a bag of sand, flying crookedly into a stone wall. His blood and brains streamed all over the ground, only half of his head remained. At this time, one man wielding a dagger and another with a crude iron club took this opportunity to attack Crooked Soul's back. Crooked Soul didn't turn its head. Instead it waved its arm behind its neck, slashing around in a semicircle. Pang, pang. The pair's weapons flew into the air, along with the hands grasping them. Fresh blood dripped down between their thumbs and forefingers. Crooked Soul immediately stood on a single leg and swept the other leg behind him like a sickle as fast as the wind. The two assailants were immediately kicked in the abdomen and flew more than 3 meters away. They fell onto the ground, motionless. When the others saw these events, they sucked in a breath of cold air. A look of fear flashed in the faces of the men surrounding them. They became somewhat hesitant to attack. Even though they had stopped their hands, Crooked Soul shot its arms out without restraint, smashing the skulls of the 2 men who were at his side. Without Hanli's command, it would not stop its hand of its own accord. Sun Urgu and Black Bear's complexions were very unsightly. It was very clear that this large figure that they had mistaken as an ordinary bodyguard was actually a peerless expert. Kill this man. Each person who participates will be rewarded 20 taels of silver. Sun Urgu had an unclear premonition in his mind and hastily sent out the several experts at his side by issuing a great reward. As soon as the men beside Black Bear and Sun Urgu heard this, their faces showed an expression of joy. These shallow martial artists only knew some basic boxing skills and naturally couldn't tell that, against Crooked Soul, the difference in their strengths was like the distance between heaven and earth. They had merely believed that their opponent was simply a little stronger than them and slightly more skilled. Thus, they possessed no fear at all. Now, galvanized by the temptation of a great reward, they charged towards Crooked Soul one after another. After Black Bear heard Sun Urgu's words, his face twitched, but his face soon became calm. Without saying a single word, his gaze simply drifted erratically to and from Hanli. Currently, Black Bear was constantly complaining to himself. He and Sun Urgu were different. He was able to climb to his current position because he could rely on his strength in an exchange with real weapons. This was why, in addition to having an adequate physique and exceptional eyesight, he could enter the ranks of third-rank martial artists. As a result, when he saw Crooked Soul fight, his heart jumped like a spear. When his heart finally fell to the ground, he could see that Crooked Soul's skill was great profound. Even if the two gang leaders were to join the fray, their odds of success would not necessarily be high, let alone with their weak subordinates, who were like kittens and puppies. However, he didn't dare to flee because this large man had clearly not exerted his full strength. If Crooked Soul were to see him attempting to escape, Black Bear feared that he would die a faster death. In order to live, it seemed that he could only attack that rustic youngster, whose status was far greater than the large man's. Only by threatening this man with a hostage could Black Bear possibly escape from death. As for the silver, he wouldn't dare ask for it. With such a ferocious bodyguard, perhaps he was the young master of some wealthy provincial lord. He was clearly the son of some influential family and was disguising himself for a stroll. Today, Black Bear could escape death. Even if he had the blessing and protection of the gods, taking the heavy bundle was naturally an entirely different matter. Black Bear thought of this and decided to take advantage of his subordinate's charge. After he signaled Sun Urgu with his eyes, he stealthily approached the stage. Chapter 103 Subdue. Chapter 103, Subdue. Hanli had his back facing Black Bear, who was standing alongside the battling crowd. Although Black Bear tried his best to soften his footsteps, how could it possibly escape Hanli's notice? As the distance between Black Bear and Hanli shortened to just a few steps, Black Bear started to sprint, moving frenziedly like a demon. Hanli lightly shifted his body slightly and pivoted to directly face Black Bear, revealing a smile on his face. Black Bear was shocked out of his wits, but he could no longer stop his momentum. Helplessly, he could only roar as he extended his black hairy hands, grabbing ruthlessly towards Hanli. He estimated that Hanli was just someone without much battle experience, and should have been shocked immobile by his savage, demon-like rush, thus rendering him vulnerable upon seeing the black, burly man recklessly raise his hand against him. Hanli's expression suddenly sunk. His body flickered and disappeared right in front of Black Bear's eyes. Black Bear's roar became stuck in his throat as he quickly halted his steps, planning to run away. Suddenly, he felt the point of a sword that shone brilliantly like snow coming into contact with his throat before it disappeared once more. Black Bear rapidly covered the bleeding wound with his hands and attempted to speak. However, only some unintelligible grunts was heard before his corpse fell onto the ground. The color of Sun Urgu's face turned waxy yellow. He had witnessed the youth moving like a specter as he appeared behind Black Bear's back and easily sliced Black Bear's throat with a flexible sword he had drawn from his waist. Afterward, the youth took out a white cloth and wiped the blood off his sword. The young man raised his head and flashed a smile at Sun Urgu, almost as if he could sense Sun Urgu's gaze. As if he had seen a poisonous snake, Sun Urgu quickly retracted his gaze. His longtime enemy, Black Bear, had just died, but he felt not a hint of joy or excitement. On the contrary, he felt sad and mournful, like a person in distress. He was completely awake now, and he knew full well that this young man was no fat sheep, but rather a king Yen from hell who wanted his life. TL, the god of death and a ruler of one of hell's 18 levels, the only slight trace of hope that Sun Urgu had left was whether his subordinates were able to defeat Hanli's giant bodyguard. If that were the case, then he would still have a chance at surviving, enabling him to negotiate with the young man and thus saving his insignificant little life. But as soon as Sun Urgu saw the situation unfolding over there with the young man's giant bodyguard, he became dumbstruck like a wooden chicken. Lacking the strength to move even a single muscle, over 20 burly men were lying on the ground, bleeding profusely. The giant bodyguard glanced coldly in Sun Urgu's direction. Although a mantle was obscuring the giant's features, Sun Urgu could still feel a bestial, bloody aura emanating from the large figure, causing his waxy yellow face to turn pale white. Hanli observed the variation of expressions on Sun Urgu's face, and from his movements, Hanli determined that this person did not know martial arts. Looking at Sun Urgu's face of abject terror, Han Li disdained from dealing with Sun Ergu personally. Crooked soul, kill him. Han Li commanded. No. Please. I surrender, I'm willing to give up all my fortune to young master. I'm willing to work like a slave, and I know all the news floating around Jia Yuan City. I could be a good lapdog for young master. Sun Ergu walked over, step by step, towards the large man, whom he viewed as a demon. Begging for mercy in a panic, he frightenedly limped across the ground. Han Li originally wanted to ignore Sun Ergu's words, but as soon as he heard that Sun Ergu knew all the news regarding Jia Yuan City, his heart was moved, he became filled with joy. Stay your hand for now. He commanded to Crooked Soul, who was about to twist Sun Ergu's neck. Han Li walked forward, stopping right in front of Sun Ergu. Are you very familiar with Jia Yuan City? Han Li smiled as he asked, taking on the very appearance of kindness. Just earlier, Sun Ergu had seen Han Li's ruthless side, so how would he dare to be slow to reply? Immediately, his voice quavered as he shouted, very familiar, extremely familiar. I grew up here so I know everything that happens here as if it were on the back of my hand. Now it was as if he had grabbed onto a life-saving strand of grass. He couldn't help but wish he could make himself sound more useful by a tenfold so that Han Li would feel that he was still of use. Hearing Sun Ergu's reply, Han Li touched his own nose in consideration before pulling a bottle out from his robes. He took out a white, longan-sized medicine from the bottle and handed it to Sun Ergu. Is a fruit belonging to the same family as the lychee, either you consume this or you die. Han Li told him in straightforward manner. The hand that Sun Ergu extended to take the medicine trembled violently. He hesitated while looking at the white pill in his hands before shifting his eyes to meet Han Li's cold gaze. Coughing a few times, he had no choice but to ingest the pill. Good, I can trust you now. Satisfied, Han Li nodded his head. The name of this pill is Rotten Heart Pill, and it was personally concocted by me. Every month, you need to consume the antidote, or else your inner organs will rot, causing you to die. I believe that you are an intelligent man, and you will serve me to the best of your abilities. Han Li coldly and threateningly stated. Sun Ergu was already prepared in his heart, but upon hearing the effects of the pill he had just consumed, he couldn't help but to wail pitifully, appearing extremely depressed. Relax. As long as you help me settle what I need to do in the Jia Yuan City, I will neutralize the poison and return your freedom back to you. Based on your martial skills, I can't really put you to good use anywhere else. Han Li used both the stick and carrot, giving Sun Ergu the assurance that as long as he completed his task well, there was still some hope that he would be freed. Truly, young master. Sun Ergu's expression slightly trembled upon hearing this news. Take these taels of silver with you and clean up this place. I don't wish for this matter to spread, do you understand? Han Li commanded as he tossed a bag of silver over to him. After catching the bag, Sun Ergu weighed it in his hand. It was heavy, as if there were about 200 taels of silver inside. An expression of joy appeared on his face. He realized that if he could work for such a man with riches and authority, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. Young master, please leave this to me. I will handle this well, without creating any trouble for you. He laughed as he patted his chest proudly. Okay, I shall leave first to find an inn. Tomorrow morning, come look for me. Since you yourself claim to be the local head in Jia Yuan City, you should be able to find out which inn I will stay in. Han Li commanded again, without a trace of politeness in his voice. Yes. Yes. Tomorrow morning, I will be there, waiting for young master's commands. At this stage, Sun Ergu could only be described as eager to become Han Li's lackey. Han Li smiled as he gestured to Crooked Soul, who picked up the baggage and left the alley. After walking a distance, Hanli turned back and glanced at Sun Urgu, only to find him obediently standing there at the same spot. Sun Urgu was using his eyes to respectfully send Hanli off, showing an expression of fear and loyalty. Interesting. Hanli suddenly felt that this person was extremely interesting and intelligent. Perhaps he could really put him to good use in a sticky situation. Chapter 105 Shocking News. Chapter 105 Shocking News. The three largest gangs in Jia Yuan City are the Brothers Union, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, and the Heavenly Tyrant Sect. The smaller gangs are the Iron Spear Association, the Sworn Brotherhood, the Azure Clothed Gang, the Spring Rain Building, the Gold Sword Sect, the Dark Riverboat Gang, the Diamond Sect, the Setting Sun School, and several other sections. Sun Urgu named all these gangs in one breath. Panting, he continued, the strongest of the three large factions is the Heavenly Tyrant Sect. It is allied with the Gold Sword Sect and Azure Clothed Gang, and they occupy the Eastern City District, which is the most prosperous district. The Brothers Union, which is slightly weaker, is allied with the Iron Spear Association, the Dark Riverboat Gang, and the Sworn Brotherhood, occupies the Northern City District. The weakest, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association, rules over the Southern City District, alongside the Spring Rain Building, the Diamond Sect, and the Setting Sun School. Lastly, the chaotic Western City District is divided amongst numerous smaller gangs. Although these small gangs are constantly involved in power struggles, if a larger power wanted to invade the Western City District, then the smaller gangs would cease fighting and face the external attackers. Thus, the entire Jia Yuan City could be considered a four-sided confrontation. Sun Urgu's words came out like a torrent from his mouth, never-ending. Without even pausing to think, he had explained the general state of affairs of every power within the city. After Hanli heard the explanation, he muttered to himself for a moment before thoughtfully asking, I've heard people say that the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association was one of the Lan province's three overlords, and that Jia Yuan City was where it originally established its headquarters. How did it become the weakest of the three large gangs of the city? Young master, what you said is ancient history. Many years ago, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association was truly ferocious, and its power nearly encompassed the entire Lan province. As a superpower during that time, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association had its headquarters located in Jia Yuan City. It was originally intolerant of other gangs stepping in, and as a result, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association controlled the entire city by itself. Back then, the other gangs didn't even dare to show their shadow under the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association's intimidation. However, for an unknown reason, the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association suddenly decayed in power overnight. Not only did it lose some of its territories, the power of its headquarters in Jia Yuan City greatly waned in power. Thus, gangs of all sizes took advantage of this opportunity and emerged from hiding. After several bloody battles, the situation we have today took shape. Sun Urgu explained this while remaining extremely politely. Do you know why the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association suddenly weakened? Hanli slowly asked Sun Urgu, furrowing his eyebrows. To tell you the truth, this humble person's status in his gang isn't very high. I truly do not know much about this, and the few things that I do know were told to me by other people. It seemed that the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association had an internal conflict that led to a civil war. Its decline can also be attributed to other large powers that suppressed them from behind. Slightly embarrassed at himself for not knowing enough information, Sun Urgu gave Hanli a vague answer. Oh, so it was like that. Hanli slightly smiled. It seemed he had guessed this was the situation earlier. Who is currently in charge of the Fearsome Flood Dragon Association? You should at least know who. Hanli asked. I do know who. He had been here for a mere 2 days and had already given away so much silver. This made him feel like a money squanderer. It is no matter. This silver could be considered as silver from Dr. Mo's account, even with the addition of a bit of interest, Hanli thought, finding joy in his sorrow. However, this young master Wu Jianming is truly a clever person for actually trying to be the first to use his own identity to infiltrate the Missouri estate, effectively acquiring power and wealth simultaneously. His courage is certainly admirable. Hanli stroked his nose with a cold smile. It seems that a visit to the Missouri estate is inevitable. Otherwise, the precious warm young jade will not be included in the dowry and instead will lie in that person's hand, Hanli thought, somewhat regretfully. Chapter 106 Blue-Clothed Man Chapter 106 Blue-Clothed Man. On Southern District's busiest street, South Hill Street, there was a huge residence the size of several acres. The residence's courtyard had a large black gate from which a hanging sign revealed 2 words, Missouri Estate. Beneath the sign, 8 large, imposing men were stationed evenly on both sides of the gate. Each of these formidable men held his head high and chest out with complete concentration. With just a glance, people would never dare to look down upon their well-trained and valiant appearances. The 3-story fragrant restaurant was just across the street from the Missouri estate. The popularity of this large restaurant resounded in the entire Jiayuan city. In addition, its signature drink, 100 cents, was famous for being a great wine, and it attracted many famous customers who passed by. It was currently time for the midday meal. As a result, the fragrant restaurant was packed with people. All the tables from the first floor to the 3rd floor were packed with eating patrons. On the road, those who were about to pass by restaurant would smell the strong aroma of food and drool with hunger, completely captivated by the smell. On the 2nd story, a youth sat next to the window, watching the street. There were quite a few tasty side dishes on his table, along with a bottle of the famous 100 cents. Behind the youth stood a large, intimidating man. This youth was none other than Hanli, who was scouting for information. At this moment, Hanli gazed down at something from the window. He turned a small wine cup that was filled to the brim in his hand, but his food sat on the table, untouched. Overall, he seemed absent-minded and careless. Hanli shot a tilted glance at the nearby Missouri estate before looking down to the streets below him. His face's expression didn't change in the slightest. Raising his head to drink the cup of wine, he continued to look outside mysteriously. Hanli had already asked about Dr. Mo's 2 biological daughters and his adopted daughter. They had all grown up to become as delicate as a flower, as refined as a precious jade, beautiful and charming. They were known as Jiayuan City's 3 great beauties. As a result, they were often referred to as the 3 brides of the Missouri estate. Because of their beauty's great fame, they have been wooed by far too many young masters and heroic elites to count. Among these women was Mo Yuzhu, a peerless beauty. Amongst the 3, she was the one who was the most pursued. Thus, the news of her betrothal roused a great ruckus and broke the hearts of the men who were trying to woo her. There were a few martial artists that had challenged this young master Wu one after another. Wu Jianming ended up defeating 16 of these rivals of love in succession, thus consolidating his reputation as a peerless martial artist and causing him to be inseparable and closely intimate with Mo Yuzhu. Hanli thought that this matter was truly somewhat amusing and ridiculous. Others didn't know that this young Master Wu had some sort of inside information. However, Hanli was aware of the entire situation. Wu Jianming was sure to have been dispatched from Dr. Mo's enemy school. It seemed that the Dr. Mo's long absence had caused his enemies to grow suspicious. This young Master Wu had probably arrived to scout out the situation. Hanli did not know by what means he had been able to obtain the trust of the Missouri estate, but the letter alone probably shouldn't have been enough to easily convince Dr. Mo's wives. Hanli used his finger to lightly tap the table as he contemplated about the matter. Young master, please sit here. The dishes you ordered should arrive at once. The waiter, wearing a short, white jacket, hurriedly led a blue-clothed man, who was 27 to 28 years old, to the second floor. In addition, the waiter had the man sit at an empty table next to Hanli. A 30-year-old man wearing a yellow jacket was waiting there for him. Old Fourth, why have you come so late? We still have to meet up with eldest brother and the others. The yellow-jacketed man had some discontent in his voice. Hee. Second eldest brother, don't be angry. It's just that I haven't had mortal food for several years. I just went to have a taste. The blue-clothed person said with a joyful smile. You glutton. How many times do I have to say this? We immortal cultivators should cleanse our heart of desires and abstain from gluttony, but you never listen. Your consumption will, at the very least, damage your nature greatly. The yellow-jacketed man glared at the blue-clothed person and sourly lectured him. Hee. I know, you don't have to tell me that again. Oh yeah, back at the restaurant, I saw another cultivator. The blue-clothed person tried to change the topic, hastily mentioning his encounter with Hanli. Oh. Really? Was his magic power deep or shallow? Sure enough, this had captured the yellow-jacketed man's attention. His magic power was quite light. It seemed as if his cultivation base had just reached the 7th or 8th layer. He barely has the qualifications to participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly. This truly does not make sense. With such shallow magic power, did he come to the Lan province to exploit some sort of opportunity? Could it be that he truly believes that he will come across unexpected success and obtain the final victory at the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly? The blue-clothed man flung these words from his mouth. Is he young or old? He looked to be 17 to 18 years old. If that is the case, he definitely followed his elders here in order to increase his experience and broaden his horizons. I reckon that in the Immortal Ascension Assembly 10 years from now, this talent would genuinely be able to participate. The yellow-jacketed man said with a smile. I say. When you say it like that, his talent can be considered decent. If he comes back in 10 years, he could reach my level. The blue-clothed man said proudly. Stop boasting. Your cultivation base has merely reached the 10th layer. Every year the Immortal Ascension Assembly produces many cultivators at this level. Once you've trained to the 11th or 12th layer, then you will be given the qualifications to boast. The yellow-jacketed man said while laughing cheerfully. Truly, if I hadn't used the Foundation Establishment Pill, I could have trained to a level higher than the 10th layer, but then, what Immortal Ascension Assembly could I have participated in? I wouldn't have been able to find a master. The blue-clothed man pouted and murmured before following the yellow-jacketed man and leaving the area. As he drifted past the eyes of the guards, he entered into the backyard of the Missouri estate without alerting them or causing them to notice anything out of the ordinary. Chapter 108. Entering the Missouri estate at night. Behind the Missouri estate lay a garden, not small in size, in which many rare flowers and herbs were planted. The flowery fragrance that the garden emanated was still revitalizing even though it was night time. Hanli involuntarily breathed in deeply. Ai! Hanli suddenly slightly exclaimed. Although the fragrance of the flowers was thick, he could still differentiate between the familiar smells of herbal medicine. Someone planted medicinal herbs in here. Hanli lightly smiled. This familiar herbal scent caused him to feel extremely curious about the person who had planted the herbs. It appeared that someone within the Missouri estate had inherited Dr. Mo's medicinal skills. Hanli did not dare to hesitate any longer. He continued on the little path and walked towards the areas that were lit up. Along the way, Hanli discovered that there were quite a few hidden sentries. He would not have detected the Mo estate's tight security if it weren't for his heightened senses. Since he had already discovered the hidden sentries, sneaking past them became an extremely easy task. Hanli stopped in front of a small, two-story building. He chose this spot because he could sense that security was much tighter in this particular location. There were about 20 to 30 people guarding this area. This particular two-story building was well lit. He knew that there was probably someone of extreme importance who had yet to fall asleep, which coincidentally suited his purposes. Making use of the dark night, he moved at a lightning-fast pace, his body blinking as he arrived at the bottom of the building. Using the strength in his legs, he easily jumped up onto the second story of the building. The whole process took but an instant. The surrounding sentries did not even notice that Hanli had already infiltrated the building. Hanli kept his body close to the walls, causing his shadow to merge into the night, before pricking his ears, trying to use his sense of hearing to discern any movements in the building. Although Hanli could only hear a single female talking, he could discern that there was more than one person in this building. The branch from Chongping town sent over 7,300 taels of silver, the branch from Luogu town sent over 5,800 taels of silver. The branch from Lanyu town sent over 10,500 taels of silver. Wuling town, this is all of the profits that we received last month from our association's various branches. Overall, it's about 25% less than the profits we gained in the same month of last year. The sound of a melodious female voice that was filled with vitality drifted into Hanli's ears. The moment that he had heard it, he speculated that it belonged to a youthful female. She was somewhat unhappy, judging from the last words she had spoken. "Mother, these branch managers are getting bolder and bolder, the tribute they offer is increasingly less as the months go by," the youthful girl angrily stated. "I am well aware." Another low, attractive voice rang out. Could she be one of the three ladies of the Mo clan? Hanli was somewhat shocked at his good luck. It seemed that the other woman in the room was Dr. Mo's wife. "Every time you say that you're aware about this, why don't you offer some ideas on how to settle this? If this continues, then all of our branches will no longer put us in their eyes one day," the youthful girl complained. "I don't have any good ideas right now. You must know that the branches are controlled by Fifth Mother. The others in the Mo clan have no way to interfere." The woman could only helplessly reply. Afterwards, the exchange of words stopped, allowing silence to descend. After several moments, the youthful girl's voice rang out in an unwilling tone, "Mother, could it be that we allowed Fifth Mother to have sole control over the branches?" After Uncle Ma and the others got into a dispute, their infighting pushed into branches into a position where they became the pillar of support for our fearsome Flood Dragon Association. "Mother, since you are the representative for the Flood Dragon Association, this power should instead be in your control. What you said is correct. The year when your father left, he had passed the authority of the branches over to Fifth Mother. I don't really have an excuse to interfere. And because Fifth Mother grants us a large portion of the monthly tribute, I don't have the face to bring up the topic," the woman replied. "But the strength of our fearsome Flood Dragon Association is actually extremely weak. If we don't consolidate our strength, how can we ever rise again? Father is not thinking straight. He handed the reins of the association to you, but why did he also give Fifth Mother the authority over the branches?" The tone of her words was filled with resentment. "Against her father. Stop your nonsense. Your dad did this, naturally, he had a deeper meaning behind his actions. It's not your place to criticize." The woman berated the youthful girl. "I understand. I acknowledge my mistake, all right. Seems like Mother is still deeply in love with Father." The girl acted out of the ordinary and started laughing at her mother. This child, the woman loved her daughter very much. Speechless, she could only laugh bitterly. Han had already confirmed that the woman in the room was the Lady Yen he was looking for. In addition, the girl should be Mo Tsaihuan, the daughter of Lady Yen and Dr. Mo. He was fortunate for having found who he had been looking for in such a quick fashion. Han extended his hands, touching the letter and the items left behind by Dr. Mo, and prepared to reveal himself to the two of them. Mother, that faker was extremely irritating. Today he found me at the garden and actually tried to shamelessly curry favor with me. He intended to sell me a few of his strong points, trying to appear as one who is skilled in both studies and martial arts. How disgusting. The girl added the last bit coquettishly, startling Han and making him withdraw the foot that he had originally extended into the room. TL, use of faker is to refer to the person with the fake identity. Wu Jianming, you better be more courteous to the one surnamed Wu. After all, he is your fiancé in name. Don't let him notice anything that could make him suspicious. Lady Yan's tone grew heavy as she reminded the girl. Cough. This beautiful me is always surrounded by admirers, but you want me to act as though I've fallen head over heels with that man? That's too difficult of a task for me. If it were up to me, I would have run him through with a sword long ago, the girl replied. This matter is also out of our control. Although we know that the one surnamed Wu is a fake and have fully investigated his background, we have no choice but to sacrifice the reputation of your older sister by interacting with him to buy some more time. After all, our enemy is too strong. If they realize that they can't win against us through wits, they might use force, making us lose any chance of victory. Lady Yan's voice was filled with tiredness, revealing traces of physical and mental exhaustion in her voice. Chapter 109 A Visit. Chapter 109 A Visit. This man surnamed Wu is truly repulsive. Fabricating a letter and actually using father's name to marry eldest sister, truly infuriating. Mo Tsaihuan uttered hatefully. Her despise for Wu Jianming was bone deep. Fortunately, it only mentioned your eldest sister. If the person that he had requested to marry was either you or Feng Wu, I would truly not know what to do. With both of your temperaments, how could either of you possibly endure and falsely cope with this person? The only one who has to suffer is Yu Zhu. I don't know when Lord Husband will return, and whether or not he will blame this mother, Lady Yen softly told her daughter and sighed. Mother, how could father blame you? Wasn't it eldest sister who took the initiative to socialize with the man surnamed Wu? Mo Tsaihuan immediately consoled Lady Yen. Foolish child, Yuzhu has no option but to do this for the sake of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association and the Missouri estate. However, the most mother could do was have your eldest sister interact with that fake. There is no way I can truly marry your eldest sister to him. If we cannot delay the wedding, then we will be forced to be hostile and capture him. Lady Yan's voice grew cold as she spoke this last sentence. Once Lady Yan uttered these words, the room's atmosphere returned to a state of calm. It was clear that this mother-daughter pair knew what hostility would entail. When will father finally return? Mo Tsaihuan faintly asked a moment later. When your father left, he had said that the latest that he could return would be 5 to 6 years from then, the earliest being 2 to 3 years, Lady Yen sadly replied. However, it has been almost 10 years. I can no longer clearly remember my father's appearance. Mo Tsaihuan slowly said. Be at ease. Your father happens to be an outstanding genius of his generation. With his hidden skills, there are no problems that he can't overcome. He was definitely delayed over some important matter, and will soon return to the Missouri estate. Although Lady Yen was speaking to her daughter, she was trying to comfort herself as well. Oh, that's right, second sister Fingwu concocted a rejuvenating cosmetic elixir for me to give to you. Mother, why don't you try it out? I heard its effects are quite good. In order to break the room's heavy atmosphere, the girls suddenly changed the subject and started chatting about another matter. This child, following along with the mother-daughter pair's mundane gossip, Hanli didn't hear any other useful information. Hanli discovered from their dialogue that Lady Yan's relationship with Dr. Mo was quite intimate. It seemed that Hanli could trust her. After a moment of contemplation, Hanli felt that personally appearing and tolerating this fake young Master Wu was a better alternative by far than allowing the possibility of something insidious occurring. Nevertheless, Hanli had to first secure the precious warm young jade. As he thought as such, Hanli fished out a dragon ring, one of Dr. Mo's keepsakes, from his bosom. He then quietly walked towards the room window and threw the ring into the room through an opening in the paper window covers. Dang! The clear sound of the ring falling to the ground resounded from the room. A moment later, Lady Yan's voice, neither arrogant nor humble, came from inside the room. "Who is this expert that honors my humble home with his presence? Lady Yan has not yet welcomed you. I hope you will forgive me." Hanli faintly smiled and refrained from replying. He heard the girl's frightened voice. "How strange. How did this ring come from? This ring seems very familiar, it's just like the ring you wear, mother. Mother. Come look." It was clear that Mo Tsaihuan had picked up the ring and handed the ring over to Lady Yan. "Dragon ring." Lady Yan cried out in alarm. Chapter 110 Fox. Chapter 110, Fox. Hanli had already read over the contents of this letter several times. The letter was not at all complex, it merely sent word that Hanli was Dr. Mo's last disciple and that Lady Yang could place her complete trust in him. In addition, he could be used to settle any troublesome disputes the Missouri estate may currently have. As long as Hanli could preserve the Mo estate's safety, Lady Yan was to choose one of Dr. Mo's 3 daughters as Hanli's bride. The letter also laid clear instructions that the dowry was to include the precious warm young jade. It even went as far as to say that Dr. Mo was currently occupied with an important matter and could not return and reunite with his wives. This way, Lady Yan and his other wives wouldn't have to worry about him. TL means a master's last disciple, which implies that Hanli is Dr. Mo's successor. Although Hanli could not find anything unfavorable towards him in the letter, he was certain that the letter contained a few of Dr. Mo's tricks. Hanli knew that it was impossible for the outer writing to be so simple. However, he could not find the method to reveal the hidden message. In addition, he wished to bring this letter to the Missouri estate as soon as possible. Only after gathering his courage did he deliver this letter to Lady Yan, but he was especially careful to monitor Lady Yan's each and every move at this moment. He truly wished that this 4th wife wouldn't make something out from the letter and then immediately turn hostile, demanding his arrest in order to avenge her late husband. Fortunately, the terrible scenario that Hanli imagined did not occur. After Lady Yan finished reading the letter, she simply tensely wrinkled her brow. Her face then wore an expression of great worry as she seemed to have made some difficult decisions. "Huaner, go call your 2nd mother and 3rd mother, even your 5th mother. Tell them there is news of Lord Husband." Lady Yan turned her head and instructed Mo Tsaihuan with a resolute tone. "Understood, mother. I'll go." Mo Tsaihuan knew this matter was serious, so she left obediently. However, just before she left the room, she pursed her lips and smiled towards Hanli. It seemed she was rather interested in this fellow. "You are called Hanli." Lady Yan raised her head, revealing a graceful and elegant expression. "That's right, 4th Martial Mother." Hanli sincerely replied. "Could you tell me how Lord Husband accepted you as a disciple?" Lady Yan asked with a smile. "I will do as you ask." Hanli hesitated for a moment, but soon after, he felt that there was nothing to hide about the events that led to his acceptance as a disciple. Using a few select memories, he slowly told Lady Yan a summary of what had happened. 8 years ago, because teacher Mo's old injury had yet to healed, he lived in seclusion at the Jing province's 7 mysteries sect Celestial Rainbow Mountains. There, I had met him for the first time upon entering the mountain. Within Han Li's version of the course of events, 3/7 of it was false. The information that he could not divulge to Lady Yan was either completely revised or lightly skipped over. Even like this, however, the story had greatly captured Lady Yan's attention and interest. Han Li recounted the course of events with 3/7 being false. The information he could not divulge to Lady Yan were completely adapted or lightly skipped over. However, even like this, the story had greatly captured the attention and interest of Lady Yan. And that's how I became his disciple. Around 3 months ago, Teacher Mo was preoccupied with an important matter and was unable to spare any time to visit his family. Han Li inwardly nodded his head and brought his gaze to the young woman next to her. This one appeared 23 to 24 years old. The moment Han Li saw this woman's appearance, he felt his brains buzz. For an instant, he thought he had seen a lost goddess. His entire person had sunk into her gorgeous beauty and was unable to free himself. This woman's tender, beautiful figure was unexpectedly somehow even more gorgeous than Mo Yuzhu, whom he had seen during the day. In addition, the woman's incomparable grace was something Mo Yuzhu couldn't possibly have. If one were to say there were truly on this earth, Han Li would unconditionally be convinced, as this woman was a completed transformation. Han Li was currently swooningly dizzy. Without Han Li knowing why, a thread of cold qi from his dantian suddenly escaped and flowed along his meridians toward the center of his head. After it completed one circulation, Han Li suddenly cleared his head. After recovering his mind, Han Li was startled and didn't dare to look at this woman again. He hastily avoided her gaze. This young woman could cause the death of an entire country. With the mere look, she can turn a man's soul and spirit upside down. Does she not know that her own exceptional appearance possesses demonic power? Or is this some sort of trained seduction technique? Han Li speculated while being overwhelmed with shock. The young woman saw Han Li look at her, but apart from being somewhat infatuated, he soon regained his mind. Her eyes could not help but flash a look of surprise. Chapter 111 Beautiful Woman. Chapter 111 Beautiful Woman. Han Li quietly used his eternal spring arts to stabilize his mind before daring to even lift his head. His eyes skipped over the alluring woman and moved on to the last woman. The last wife to enter appeared to be 26 to 27 years old. Although she was a charming beauty, one look at her ice-cold face would stop anyone in his or her tracks. In addition, ever since she entered the room, her cold stare had been aimed straight at Han Li. Lady Yan saw these people come in and stood from her seat, gently greeting them. Greetings, second sister and third sister. Fifth sister has also come. Fourth sister, you are too formal. We are all of the same family, there is no need to be so polite. Without waiting for the woman in front to speak, the extremely bewitching young woman covered her almond mouth and laughed. That laugh contained an alluring charm, causing Han Li to experience a burst of desire and a shaken spirit. He was speechless without end. Little sister doesn't dare. Sisters, please take a seat. Lady Yan slightly smiled and offered her own chair to the wife in the front. She did not sit until after the wife sat. The one called fifth sister was an elegant and refined woman. She silently sat across from Lady Yan. After the married women entered, Mo Tsaihuan knowingly closed the door and moved behind her mother. Her bright full moon eyes were spinning randomly across the room. It was unknown what exactly she was thinking. This youngster is the one that delivered the message. The woman of about 30 years of age looked at Han Li and faintly asked. That's right. According to the letter he delivered, this is Lord Husband's successor. Lady Yen easily replied. Soon after, she said respectfully to Han Li, "This is your second martial mother. Are you not going to pay your respects?" TL note, martial mother literally. Teacher's wife. Instead of second martial mother, it could be teacher's second wife and so on. I pay my respects to second martial mother. Sharp-witted, Han Li stepped forward and formally bowed to the married woman. Stand up. Since this is Lord Husband's favored disciple, there is no need to be overly polite. The married woman said with a smiling expression. This is your third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Lady Yen pointed to the abnormally gorgeous young woman and the elegant and refined woman, introducing them one by one to Han Li. Greetings to third martial mother and fifth martial mother. Han Li saw the young married women to be no more than a few years older than him. After a second of hesitation, he also bowed courteously. Han Li looked at Lady Yen with a face of doubt. She faintly smiled and said with a warm voice, "Your third martial mother stopped the aging of her face with a technique. Although she looks to only be of about 20 years, she is about the same age as your second martial mother." After Han Li heard this, he inwardly nodded his head, satisfied that his own guess hadn't been too far off. This alluringly beautiful young woman naturally practiced an unusual secret art, otherwise how else could she have captivated him with her mere appearance and rendered unable to control himself? Second sister, this is Lord Husband's handwritten letter, please look over it. Lady Yen handed Han Li's letter to second wife Lady Li. After Lady Li finished reading it, she passed the letter to the other two wives. Once the elegant and refined young woman, the last wife to read the letter, finished looking over the several wives were stunned into completely silence. Even the seemingly frivolous and gorgeous young wife, Lady Lu, had a solemn expression on her face. Completely lacking the boldness and alluring charm she possessed a moment ago, Lady Lu was instead showing an unexpected composure. When Han Li saw the appearance of Dr. Mo's several wives, he could not help but grow uneasy. He did not know what significant information the letter had revealed to cause these wives to be so serious. However, Han Li's calm expression hadn't changed since he first entered the room, making the wives think that he was reliable and had the bearing of a general. Han Li. Your teacher's letter has shocked us martial mothers far too greatly, so we'll need to properly talk this over. You've come here from far away, surely you must be tired. You should spend the night here at the Missouri estate. Tomorrow, we will call you for questioning. Since Lady Yen had held the power of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association in her hand for several years, each and every one of her movements possessed an unspeakable dignity. Ultimately, she was the first to speak and instruct Han Li. This junior follows your orders. Han Li replied with the complete obedience. The other wives did not block Lady Yen. It seemed they also agreed to have this outsider Han Li withdraw so that they could discuss a few sensitive matters. Huaner. Bring your father's disciple Han to the rear residence and find him a clean room for him to have a proper rest, Lady Yen ordered Mo Tsaiwan. I got it. Senior disciple Han Li, follow me. Mo Tsaiwan blinked her eyes several times, slightly wrinkled her nose, and started to be somewhat unwilling. However, she immediately thought better of it and agreed with a smile across her face. You are forbidden from bothering your senior disciple. Otherwise you will be punished by clan rules. Lady Yen knew the thoughts of her good-for-nothing daughter like the back of her hand, thus giving her a verbal warning in advance. All right, I understand. Pouting her face, the young girl unwillingly agreed. Han Li was speechless. If Lady Yen hadn't said anything, would this dainty young woman have played some tricks on him? Han Li looked at Mo Tsaiwan with a peculiar gaze, and for the first time, he no longer saw this girl as adorable. As a result of her mother's interference, Mo Tsaiwan dispiritedly walked out the door. Han Li followed behind with an unmoving expression. Waiting several moments after Han Li had left the room, Lady Yen broke the silence in the room with her solemn voice. "Fifth sister, I'll have to inconvenience you to take a look around and see whether or not that boy has truly left or if he has secretly returned and is hiding somewhere. We're still not sure." After the elegant, refined Lady Wang heard this, she wordless left the room, and disappeared into the dark. "Fourth sister, you overestimated that boy. How could he possibly be so skilled?" A light flashed in third wife's pretty eyes. "Third sister, you've truly forgotten about one thing. A disciple of our Lord Husband can't possibly be ordinary. I believe our Missouri estate is quite heavily guarded. What's more, this building is an important location where I handle the association's affairs. Not far from here, there are 20 to 30 hidden sentries densely standing guard. But even with all of our defenses, he was still able to stealthily infiltrate his place without drawing my or Tsai Huan's attention. Do you think that this is something an ordinary expert can achieve?" Lady Yen quietly said. Chapter 112 Hidden Message. Chapter 112, Hidden Message. From fourth sister's argument, it appears that the youth named Han truly has some ability. Second wifely gently said, while slightly wrinkling her eyebrows. Third wife hesitated a moment before sighing and speaking her mind. "There is no need to say any more. His concentration is already far greater than the fakes. I remember when that pretty boy Woot saw my face, my grand heavenly fox technique had infatuated him for an entire day before he recovered. The one named Han was initially only somewhat bewildered, but he had immediately cleared his mind afterward. It can clearly be seen that his mental energy is outstanding. He is by no means ordinary." After hearing these words, the three wives became quiet. Everyone appeared thoughtful, as if they all had something bad to say. After a moment, Lady Yen bitterly smiled and took the initiative to speak first. "With such a ferocious person, it's impossible to discern whether or not he will bring fortune or disaster to our Missouri estate. Take out the secret letter. Once everyone sees it, it will be clear." These words came from outside the room, and were not spoken by Lady Yen, but rather by the refined, elegant fifth wife. She walked into the room. "I have already inspected the surrounding area very carefully. There are no outsiders within a 200-meter radius, and the sentry guards were reinforced as well," fifth wife said expressionlessly. Lady Yen lowered her head in thought and eventually opened her mouth. "You all surely remember the words Lord Husband gave before he left. After he departed, if someone delivered an unmarked letter without a hidden message, it would prove that he is safe and that we may feel at ease. However, if the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message, then it would definitely contain news that would be far from good. We must prepare ourselves mentally. As for this letter, we all saw that the letter was marked and concealed a hidden message. Regardless of how grim the news is, this is something we must face sooner or later. Let us take out and read the true letter." Third wife's voice was no longer sweet and charming, but was instead brimming with sorrow. "Very well. Since everyone has finished preparing themselves, we will now uncover the hidden message," Lady Yen said decisively. No longer hesitating, she grabbed a teacup and kettle from a nearby desk and proceeded to fill the cup halfway with cool water. She then grabbed her dragon-shaped ring and lightly twisted it several times, unexpectedly separating it in two and thus exposing a hidden, white medicinal powder. Lady Yen carefully poured the medicine powder into the teacup and then looked to the people at her sides. Second wifely gazed at Lady Yen and was the first to stand. She gracefully arrived in front of the desk and raised her hand. Her pure white finger unexpectedly also wore a similar ring. Lady Li took out a small amount of medicinal powder from the ring and poured it into the teacup. However, her powder was red, and seemed to differ from Lady Yan's. Third wife and fifth wife followed with similar actions. They both had dragon rings that contained a yellow and a black medicinal powder respectively. Lady Yen waited until after everyone had finished before picking up the teacup and lightly swirling it. As a result, the originally multicolored liquid actually became clear. Finished. The water has become clear. Second sister, you are the most skilled with your hands. It would be best if elder sister were to smear the paper. Lady Yen modestly said to second wife Li. After Lady Li heard this, she faintly smiled. With the letter and the medicinal water, she began to work. During this short amount of time, aside from Lady Li smearing the medicinal water on the letter's surface, there was a complete silence, causing the room's atmosphere to become more tense. It is done. The letter has been completely smeared. Mo Tsaihuan saw this Hanli as an unsophisticated, dark boy who was actually playing the fool and not saying a word. He did not take notice of her, causing her heart to be somewhat worried. Ever since last year, after she had swindled a great amount of money from young Master Wu, she dreamed of another person to take advantage of every night. Now after all that trouble, she had another opportunity. But this guy, who seemed to be her father's true disciple, was unmoved and even had a face thicker than a city wall. How could he act so hard and indifferently toward such a cute girl as herself? He didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy. Did he not notice her practiced tears quickly flowing down her cheeks? Still remaining indifferent, he was truly infuriating. All he had was just one bottle with only a few pills remaining. Initially, Hanli had wanted to use these pills to cloak himself from insect bites, but now, he could only use this to coax the little demoness standing before him. Hanli threw the jade bottle in the girl's direction. Mo Tsaihuan fumbled with it for a bit and finally caught the jade bottle. What is this? A smile finally broke out on Mo Tsaihuan's face. She finally received a gift from this petty man in front of her. Although this was nothing much, this was sufficient to light up a smile on Mo Tsaihuan's face. This pill is known as the Winding Fragrance Pill, and its effects are very mystical. It can, Hanli explained the pill's effects to Mo Tsaihuan, causing her to be extremely happy and satisfied. Much to Hanli's surprise, after the girl opened the jade bottle and sniffed the fragrance, she immediately closed the lid of the bottle and assumed a defensive stance. With it defending against perverts' gaze, she looked at Hanli and carefully said, "This pill is not a pill that knocks people unconscious or works as an aphrodisiac, right? Why is the fragrance so familiar to the aphrodisiacs that my sisters described? Are you planning to do something perverted to me?" After hearing this, Hanli was stunned for a prolonged period of time, becoming completely speechless. He suddenly felt like vomiting blood. This girl's thoughts were too hard to predict. To think that she actually likened the fragrance of the Winding Fragrance Pill to an aphrodisiac. Now, Hanli don't even know whether should he be impressed this lady's cautiousness or cry loudly because of an unjust accusation. Looking at your reactions, this pill seems to be authentic, but I still have to let my second sister experiment on it before I can use. After all, women have to place cautiousness above everything they do. Mo Tsaihuan told Hanli this in a righteous manner. Cough. Cough, do what you will. Speechless, Hanli could only cough to mask the embarrassment on his face. He felt that it would be better for him to maintain a distance between himself and this little demoness. If he didn't, he would never know when his depression would push him to his death. However, if this pill does have all the effects you listed, I shall consider you to have passed the test. After today, if you ever require any help in the MO residence, you can look for Tsaihuan. I will just require some small compensation, but in return, I will settle your problems for you. Mo Tsaihuan shook the bottle while happily smiling. Okay, junior apprentice sister. Senior apprentice brother does have something that requires your help. Han Li recovered his former disposition as he smiled insincerely. As he replied to Mo Tsai-huan, he thought evilly in his heart, seeking assistance from you, a money grubber? In your dreams. Mo Tsai-huan naturally could not hear Han Li's inner thoughts. She felt satisfied because Han Li had acquiesced to her. All of a sudden, she felt that Han Li was pretty interesting fellow and was even quite comely to look at. Let's go, senior apprentice brother. I will find a bigger and better room for you so you don't have to suffer. Mo Tsai-huan smiled brilliantly as she led the way. Standing behind her, Han Li finally heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly followed her footsteps. Such a strange girl. He would never be together with her. Don't say that this bossy miss suddenly fell in love with an ordinary person like him. Even if she really did fall in love with him, he would straight out reject her. Just based on her unreasonable actions that were already so tough for Han Li to deal with, he could never endure it if they really got together. Han Li silently thought in his heart, decisively removing Mo Tsai-huan's name from the list of potential candidates for his wife-to-be. TL, Han Li is talking about himself in third person. Chapter 114, Yan Ji's infatuation. Han Li finally went into one of the side rooms of the Missouri estate in order to retire for the night. Mo Tsai-huan was tactful enough to not linger around, and she quickly excused herself. Her sudden behavior as a refined lady left Han Li somewhat surprised. Han Li did not know whether there would still be danger as he was still unclear about the attitude of the people in Missouri estate. As a result, he was unable to get any real rest and only dozed off a little on the bed. The next morning, while Han Li was still groggy, there was someone outside knocking the door. Could it be that little demoness? Han Li frowned, but soon shook his head. This smooth knocking sound is definitely not Mo Tsai-huan's style. But only a few people know that I'm staying here. Han Li was a bit suspicious. He found a towel to wash his face, then went to open the door. A 20-year-old youth with thick eyebrows and big eyes stood outside. Once this youth saw Han Li came out, he took a glance to look at Han Li from top to bottom, then respectfully cupped one fist in the other hand and greeted Han Li enthusiastically, "You must be junior apprentice brother Han. I am Yan Guo. I could also be considered as your eldest apprentice brother." Yan Guo. Han Li's thoughts raced. This person was Dr. Mo's eldest disciple. Even though I am Master's first disciple, my aptitude is not that good. I didn't receive much of Master's own techniques and even humiliated him. Yan Guo told Han Li frankly. When Han Li saw that this youth was unperturbed, he immediately had a good impression towards Yan Guo and promptly returned the greeting, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, good morning. Please come in and talk." "There is no need. Several of our martial mothers asked me to come here. They are looking for junior disciple Han for something, and they want you to make a trip down." Yan Guo chuckled and beckoned with his hands. Han Li was stunned for a moment when he heard this, but he swiftly nodded his head and complied. He closed the room door and walked beside Yan Guo. Yan Guo was very interested in Han Li's affairs. Along the way, he openly asked Han Li many things. He was extremely curious about the local customs and culture of Jing province and asked about them endlessly. When the two of them passed through the garden in the backyard, they unexpectedly met a young man and lady. They were Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming, both of whom Han Li had seen from afar yesterday. The two were walking together in the garden, like a pair of intimate lovers. It was as if Han Li's own possessions were stolen by someone else, and that feeling left a bad taste in his mouth. Evidently, Mo Yuzhu and Wu Jianming discovered Han Li and Yan Guo, so the former pair headed towards them. As the two sides got closer to each other, Mo Yuzhu swept a glance across the ordinary-looking Han Li but didn't say anything. However, young Master Wu was suspicious of Han Li as he sized Han Li up. Senior apprentice brother Yen, good morning. This little brother looks unfamiliar. Whose disciple does he belong to? Wu Jianming laughed as he asked. At first, Hanli thought that elder brother Yen, who was beside him, would take the initiative to cover for him and counter Wu Jianming's remark. Who knew that after waiting for so long, there was still no sound from the person beside him? Feeling puzzled, Hanli can't help but to raise his head and look at Yen Gu. In the end, Hanli was so infuriated that he was rendered speechless. Currently, Yen Gu looked infatuated and spellbound, gazing dumbly at Miss Mo Yuzhu, fully into the realm of ecstasy. How could he still respond to Wu Jianming? This little brother is third martial mother's distant nephew. Under the orders of my parents, I was to pay a visit to third martial mother and request a job from her. For the lack of a better option, Hanli could only turn his head back and take matters into his own hands. Hanli spoke obsequiously while intentionally acting all embarrassed and shy. Oh, so it's like this. Once Wu Jianming heard Hanli's words, he completely lost interest in Hanli. This was not surprising. Hanli's outer appearance was too ordinary, and he did not possess any characteristics of a person who studied martial arts. How could this be missed by the eye of young Master Wu? Instead, young Master Wu turned his head and his expression darkened. He was greatly unsatisfied with the silly look that Yen Gu was showing towards Mo Yuzhu. After all, the beautiful lady beside him was his supposed fiancée. Right now, Hanli was close to Mo Yuzhu, so he clearly saw all of her expressions. She was frowning slightly and had a somewhat unpleased look. Clearly, she was not tolerant of Yen Ji's brazen look of adoration. Senior apprentice brother Yen, if there is nothing else, young Master Wu and I will retire first. Mo Yuzhu's apricot lips opened slightly. She coldly extended a small courtesy to Yen Gu and moved her delicate body to leave the area. Wu Jianming snorted at Yen Gu and chased after her without saying anything else. Hanli watched their backs departing as the corner of his lip revealed a slight trace of an odd smile. Afterwards, he turned around to look at senior apprentice brother Yen and discovered that Yen Gu was still gazing foolishly at Mo Yuzhu. Hanli sighed. This guy was truly love-struck. However, Miss Mo did not seem to have a good impression of him and may be frightened off by his fervent pursuit. Hanli hit Yen Ji's shoulders with all his strength, jolting the latter's body. The vacant look disappeared, and he was finally roused from his stupor. Sorry about that, I made a joke out of myself in front of junior apprentice brother Han. Yen Gu, who recovered back to his rational state of mind, was blushing madly. He was extremely ashamed of the spectacle he made of himself. It's nothing. When facing a fair and graceful lady with a noble character to match, this is a male's natural instinct. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Hanli explained while laughing. When Yen Gu listened to Hanli's words, he did not feel relieved. Instead, he laughed bitterly and slowly said, "Not to keep you in the dark, but I grew up together with Yuzhu. During this period of time, even though we were not childhood sweethearts, we were both innocent playmates with deep feelings for each other. Unfortunately, when Yuzhu grew up, she treated me like a brother without showing any other interest in me. As a result, after being rejected by her several times, I could only give up and wish that she finds a good husband who can give her a lifetime of happiness. But one look at Yuzhu today, I find that I am still unable to free myself from my emotions and unknowingly made a show of myself." There was a hint of self-ridicule when Yen Gu spoke the last sentence. Hanli did not speak again after he heard Yen Ji's explanation. Instead, he looked at Yen Gu from head to toe, like viewing a rare antique. Previously, he only came across this kind of affectionate person from books and other stories. He never imagined that he would one day witness it with his own eyes. If what Yen Gu said was true and sincere, Han Li didn't know whether to admire Yan Ji's infatuation or secretly curse him for his extreme foolishness. On the way back, Han Li purposely used other topics to draw Yan Gu away from his thoughts and allow Yan Ji's mood to return back to normal. The two of them talked merrily until they reached the small building where Han Li sneaked into last night. Several of Dr. Mo's wives were already waiting there ceremoniously for Han Li's arrival, preparing to give Han Li a nice surprise. Chapter 115 A Startling Change. Chapter 115 A startling change. Just as they reached the second floor, before Yan Gu could knock on the door, Lady Yan's voice came from within the room. Is it Han Li and Yan Gu? That is right, fourth martial mother. Yan Gu hastily stopped and respectfully replied. Yan Gu, return first. Just Han Li entering alone will do. Lady Yan's faint voice could be heard from within. That distinct, cold voice could not help but touch Han Li's heart. As you wish. Yan Gu was clearly very respectful of Lady Yan, and he followed her command without the slightest hesitation. After he smiled to Han Li, he quietly descended from the second floor. Only Han Li remained upstairs, waiting outside the room. Han Li coldly looked at the room door, but instead of immediately entering, he released his spiritual sense and scoped out the situation inside the room. He didn't wish to go in alone, only to be ambushed and killed by a room of hidden soldiers, so it was better to be a bit careful. It was very quiet in the room, and the number of people inside wasn't large. Han Li could only hear the breathing and heartbeats of Lady Yan and a few others. It appeared that there wasn't anyone that shouldn't be there. This greatly relieved Han Li. Thus, he stepped forward and lightly knocked on the door twice. He then opened the room door, planning to take a quick look before entering. However, what he saw in the room greatly changed Han Li's complexion. His step had stiffly halted mid-air. The room was the same as the night before. The chairs, desks, and decorations were all exactly the same. The only thing different were the beautiful women's style of dress. Lady Yan and the other beautiful wives were all wearing white silk mourning clothes from head to toe. They all sat on chairs and unwaveringly gazed at Han Li with cool eyes. Han Li's complexion turned somewhat pale. However, he was not scared but rather annoyed with the deceased Dr. Mo. It was very clear why Dr. Mo, that old fox, had forced him to travel such a great distance. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. That letter had contained a hidden message that gave the tigresses news of Dr. Mo's death. It was as if they were waiting for Dr. Mo's murderer to visit them voluntarily. Han Li took a deep breath and returned his complexion to normal. He then entered the room in large strides. Without a trace of politeness, he looked for a chair and arrogantly sat across from the wives. After seeing them not say a single word, he planned to observe how these women would deal with him in the end. It was clear Han Li's completely unrestrained action was intended to tear away at their faces. However, largely against his expectation, he had thrown them into confusion. Each of their expressions having nothing in common. Second wife Li's expression turned green. It was clear this Han Li, who had so clearly said "martial mother" yesterday, was now daring to brazenly act as if he were meeting with those of the same generation. This second wife was born of a scholarly family and paid great attention to generational separation. Now that she had come across this chap who was unfilial towards his master, how could she not tremble with anger? TL. Separation of the young and old generations. Respect your granny, kids. Third wife Lu differed greatly from Lady Li. Not only did she refrain from getting angry, she also looked toward Han Li with a very interested expression. However, because of her astonishing glamour, Han Li didn't dare to look at her directly, and had simply looked at her with a sweeping gaze. Lady Yan and the cool, elegant Lady Wang were about the same. They wordlessly looked at Han Li with gazes brimming with a freezing chilliness. Your courage is awfully great, my lord husband's last disciple. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, Lady Yen eventually opened her mouth, her words containing a mocking intention. Chapter 116 Falling Out. Chapter 116 Falling Out. Hearing these words, he raised his head to yawn. Then he sneered, saying, "Treat me unjustly. Those are some grand words. You think I am truly scared of your Missouri estate? Were if not for the many days I had teacher Mo for a master, imparting onto me his great medicinal expertise, and the foul reputation I would receive for bullying women. Humph. Against you, with only a single hand, I could kill this entire Missouri estate without allowing even a dog or chicken to remain." Han Li's words chilled to the bone, his expression extremely sinister. Han Li determined his plan. Since he was unable to cheat the Missouri estate of the precious jade, he would adopt a sinister attitude and only used unyielding methods. He planned to show a bit of his skill and have the wives know that this man was difficult to handle, forcing them to hand over the precious Warmyong jade. When Lady Yen and company had first heard Han Li's fierce words, they all had stunned expressions. But soon after, they smiled bitterly. Third wife Lu even bent backwards from her blossoming laughter. It was clear that these wives were not convinced by Han Li's words. But soon, their faces were completely frozen. That was because Han Li had extended a finger. A fireball suddenly appeared at his fingertip. When this wine-cup-sized fireball appeared, the entire room's temperature suddenly rose. It was as if the wives had entered a scorching summer. Then Han Li coolly gazed toward them, as if he were trying to find a target for his fireball technique, in order to have these wives know he was somewhat ferocious. However, he did not expect that before Han Li made a move, Lady Li couldn't help but yell, "Cultivator," with an expression of fear. The rest of them also turned deathly pale. Looking at the 5 wives with an ice-cold expression, he saw that they were emotionally moved and looked at Han Li with gazes full of astonishment. These women knew about the existence cultivators but were unexpectedly frightened by Han Li. Their expression appeared even more gloomy. "You truly are a cultivator?" Third wife Lu widely opened his beautiful eyes, asking with some doubt. Han Li snorted. "Hula." Without saying anything further, he simply shot the fireball toward the table next to Lady Lu and reduced it to ash in the blink of an eye. This action filled Lady Lu's face with fright, completely whitening it. She immediately stood and recoiled several steps away from the ashes before shakily coming to a stop. Currently, if any other man saw that lovely, delicate face, they would have immediately fallen crazy for her. Unfortunately, Han Li absolutely could not appreciate this view. He was currently staring at Lady Li, who had shouted, "Cultivator." He asked with a cold voice, "Second wife, how do you know of cultivators? Could it be you've seen other cultivators before?" Lady Li became terrified. She was greatly fearful of Han Li's status of a cultivator. "Don't ask second sister. I will tell you about matter regarding cultivators." From the side, Lady Yen closed her eyes with a tired expression before interrupting Han Li's questioning. "Oh, then could you enlighten me?" Han Li stroked his nose, his expression somewhat relaxed. "This isn't something to hide. Jiayuan City has a large population, and everyone knows of the existence of cultivators." After Lady Yen opened her eyes, she said this with a bitter smile. "Even some people outside the city have seen the wars between cultivators with their own eyes. It is said they could call the wind, summon the rain, and control blasts of fire. Each and every one of them is like a living immortal." Lady Yen said this and looked at Han Li with a peculiar gaze. "So it was like that." Han Li patted the back of his head. He had unexpectedly forgotten that Jiayuan City was not at all a small region like the Celestial Rainbow Mountains. Having cultivators appear here seemed to not be such a rare occurrence. Yesterday, did he not see that blue-clothed man? Then did Teacher Mo also know the existence of cultivators? Hanli thought of something and could not help but carelessly ask. Of course he knew. Lord Husband had seen the wars between cultivators with his own eyes. Lady Yan felt that nothing good would come from hiding anything and replied without hesitation. Dr. Mo was quite infatuated with cultivators. So it turned out that he had previously seen a true cultivator. Unfortunately, he did not have spiritual roots and wasted his many schemes, even bringing slight benefits to myself, Hanli thought. However, Hanli suddenly felt somewhat baffled. Why was Lady Yan currently so obedient? Whatever he asked, she sincerely replied. The slightest temperament was absent. On the mere basis that he was a cultivator, the other party had completely surrendered. Hanli found this hard to believe. Hanli carefully observed Lady Yan's expression and found that she had an easy, relaxed expression with some slight impatience. Could it be she's stalling for time? Hanli wrinkled his brow and released his spiritual sense. There was not a sign of a single outsider intruding near the building. Hanli looked around and suddenly stood. He walked around the room, carefully observing in every direction. It seemed there was nothing suspicious, and the furniture in the interior of the room were quite simple. Apart from the tables and chairs, it was the same as yesterday. All except for a white candle, half melted from its burning wick. Candle. Han Li's gaze fell upon the candle. He had originally believed the white candle was lit in memory of Dr. Mo, and thus he did not mind it. But now he remembered, since they had been holding a memorial service for their Lord Husband, why did they not light any incense? This was somewhat abnormal. Thinking of this, Hanli used his nose to carefully smell and found the air to smell like sandalwood. This fragrance was far too light. If one did not deliberately pay attention, they absolutely could not perceive this. When Lady Yan saw Hanli look at the candle, she stood slightly less naturally. But after Hanli sniffed the air, her face greatly changed. At this moment, Hanli's face broke into a smile that was unusually cheerful. What's so funny? Even if you discovered the trick of the candle, it's already too late. This bewitching drug can intoxicate 1,000 men. When ordinary people smell this, their bones loosen and their muscles become soft, losing all power in their limbs. Even when martial artists smell this, they lose their true chi and martial arts. Even if you're a cultivator, you've already been in this room far too long to remain unaffected. Lady Yan somewhat lost her patience and spoke those testing words. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that my luck is not bad at all. Hanli said with a smile. When I was at the Seven Mysteries sect, I have long heard of the methods employed by Jiang Hu's ghost sect, including their poison. I have received an extremely deep impression of bewitching scents because I had previously suffered hardships and experienced dangers from which I couldn't protect myself. Because even a common man could use poisons to easily kill a great expert, I long racked my brains for a solution until I finally figured out a way to protect myself from the silly methods of incapacitating drugs and poisons. Hanli somewhat contently stated. Lady Yan and company looked at each other in dismay. What kind of method was this? How could it be that he had still not collapsed? This must have been true. As of currently, the ladies' complexions had already turned completely white. As for what method? Seeing that the wives could not help but want to hear him spill his secrets, even tilting their ears, Hanli could not refrain from chuckling inwardly. I don't plan on telling you because I have a habit of not revealing my secrets to my enemies. Hanli said with a deadpan expression. Chapter 117 Reconciliation. Chapter 117 Reconciliation. When these women heard Hanli's words, their complexion rapidly changed from white to red, slightly increasing their beauty. Lady Yan was the first to calm down. She lightly straightened the jade pin in her hair bun and once again said calmly, "Even if your esteemed self is a cultivator and does not fear this bewitching scent, are you not worried about the yin poison in your body?" Nevertheless, she used her last trump card. The moment Hanli heard what she said, his smiling face immediately turned cold. Sure enough, Dr. Mo gave the only weapon that could be used to blackmail him to these women. That's right, I have the cold poison in my body. But before this poison flares up, I don't mind turning this entire residence upside down and utterly slaughtering everyone. Hanli spoke in a flat tone, but the women clearly heard the threat within his words. Lady Yan was silent for a while and did not open her mouth to speak. The rest of them also did not say anything. It seemed that when it came to life and death matters, the one making decisions in Mo residence was still fourth wife Yan. Since the both of us have scruples and we are not willing to let both sides suffer, let's have a good talk. Lady Yan said cool-headedly after that moment of silence. Of course. I also don't plan on dying so uselessly at such a young age. Concerning his own life, Hanli did not put up any airs. He gladly agreed to her suggestion. Hence, he went back and sat in front of Lady Yan. However, before we start discussing, I, your servant, would like your esteemed self to repeat how my lord husband got murdered. After all, we were once husband and wife. We would only be reassured if we knew the real cause of his death. But be at ease, even if Lord Husband died by your hands, we would not have any ulterior motives. After all, we are orphans and widows, we cannot go looking for trouble and personally seek the road to death. Lady Yan's last sentence was spoken so desolately, making it seem as if Hanli was the kind of evil tyrant who bullied women and children. One look at Lady Yan's face and Hanli can't help but have a headache. Even though he knew Lady Yan was just acting, when he saw her miserable state, he felt his heart soften a little. Wasn't it just telling them how Dr. Mo was murdered? There was nothing to cover up in this matter. After all, Hanli acknowledged that Dr. Mo's death was not his fault. Instead, it was Dr. Mo and Yu Zhidong who should be blamed for courting disaster. Alright, I can describe Teacher Mo's death in detail. But after you all have listened and still insist on taking revenge on me, I will oblige you at any time. Hanli agreed to their suggestion after pondering for a while. Many thanks to young master. When Lady Yan heard that Hanli was willing to speak the truth, her face immediately opened up and revealed a delighted look. This was what happened. I was deceived by Dr. Mo after practicing eternal spring arts for 4 years, only then did I discover. Hanli patiently told them how he was cheated, poisoned by Dr. Mo and forced to practice the eternal spring arts. He explained that Dr. Mo had wanted to occupy his flesh body by entering his body and consuming his fundamental essence. Naturally, Yu Zhidong had then appeared and narrated the entirety of his schemes. Hanli finally discovered about his body's yin poison and had no choice but to come to the Lan province and detoxify himself with the precious warm yang jade. He narrated the events the way they truly happened. Hanli wanted these wives to know that in the occurrence of Dr. Mo's death, Hanli was the true victim. He hadn't slighted the Missouri estate in the least. After Lady Yan and the other wives finished hearing Hanli's heart-shaking tale, they couldn't help but look at one another. If Hanli's words were true, then their lord husband's death was not truly Hanli's fault. In addition, hearing the methods that Dr. Mo had used and his shrewdness, they greatly matched the long-acquired impression they had of their dead husband. Furthermore, the bits of information that the hidden letter revealed didn't contradict his story in the slightest. They estimated that his story should more or less be true. If your esteemed self had spoken the complete truth, then our lord husband's death truly was not yours to blame. This was rather the fault of Yu Zhidong's ruse, otherwise how else would our lord husband have died? Lady Yan lightly sighed. Her words made Hanli raise an eyebrow. This Lady Yan is far too favorable toward her own lord husband. With a few words, she easily pushed the entirety of Dr. Mo's wrongdoings onto the deceased Yu Zhitong, cleaning Dr. Mo of the blame entirely, as if he were also a victim. Han Li stared at Lady Yan with widened eyes. Although his mouth did not say anything, his expression showed a strange emotion and made his meaning completely clear. Lady Yan, under Han Li's attentive gaze, did not blush or jump. She only turned a blind eye. Han Li inwardly bitterly smiled. This woman's face was quite thick, not one bit thinner than a man's. He could not help but turn his head to look at the expressions of the other wives. Third wife Lu still had a smiling, cheery appearance and didn't have the slightest change. When she saw Han Li looking over, she gave him several flirtatious glances, causing Han Li to remain silent. When second wife Li saw Han Li looking at her, she looked ill at ease and faintly lowered her head. She certainly was worthy of being called a girl from a wealthy family, as well as educated and well-balanced. It was clear she was somewhat ashamed of Lady Yan's words from a moment ago. As for fifth wife Wang, although this cool, elegant young woman was expressionless, she was entirely focused on tangling her fingers together, exposing an abnormality of her heart. As for her attitude, Han Li did not know. However, according to young master's words just now, we have no deep animosity or hate toward one another. In that case, it would be best to conduct peace talks. Lady Yan opened her almond lips and faintly said this. When Han Li heard Lady Yan's words, he turned his head and faintly stated, "What is there to discuss? Give me the precious warm young jade, and I will turn around and leave, certain to no longer disturb the Missouri estate." "That is out of the question." Lady Yan faintly smiled and immediately gave a flat decline. "Why is it unacceptable?" Han Li said, unagitated. "Yesterday, young master was outside this servant's room and should have heard much of the vile situation the Missouri estate is in. It should be quite clear to you, sir, that without external assistance, our Missouri estate will be completely exterminated. It is only a matter of time. If it is like this, then it would better to have young master cleanly kill us sisters instead and have death end all troubles." Lady Yan pitifully lamented with red eyes. When Han Li heard this, he bafflingly stared at Lady Yan without speaking, directly looking at Lady Yan's scarlet cheeks. However, she stubbornly continued to refuse to meet Han Li's gaze. Han Li let out a long sigh. He now knew where Mo Tsaihuan, that little demoness, learned her clever schemes. It was clearly from imitating this older demoness. Chapter 118 Choose One. Chapter 118 Choose One. With all this said and done, what do you all think? Be honest, I don't want to have to beat around the bush again. Han Li coldly said. It seemed he wasn't influenced by Lady Yan's act in the slightest. Lady Yan wrinkled her brow. The youth in her presence was far more difficult than she had anticipated. Neither hard nor soft methods were effective, rather, she had no way of knowing how to deal with him. Could it be that you truly want us to immediately hand over our last resort and reveal our affairs to the enemy? Lady Yan was somewhat unresigned. With the many years of handling the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's power, she clearly understood when to be a bit lenient and when to immediately put one entire hand on the table. She turned her head to look at fifth wife Wang. Within these sisters, only Lady Wang was able to oppose her decisions. Therefore, she looked at her to see whether or not Lady Wang had a proposal. The matter of discussion with this person, I will leave to fourth sister, with whom I have no objections whatsoever. Lady Wang saw the meaning in Lady Yan's gaze and said, as cold as ice. When Lady Yan heard this, she was inwardly elated and had somewhat calmed her heart. Very well. Since Sir does not want to beat around the bush, then we sisters will get right to the point and directly tell you the conditions. As these words left Lady Yan's mouth, she completely regained her bearings as the leader of one of Jia Yuan City's 3 major gangs. The feeling of that delicate, powerless young married woman from before was completely obliterated. Her body dispersed the prestige of a leader. Good. From the beginning, I wanted to engage in talks as equals. Han faintly smiled. So long as you exterminate the fearsome Flood Dragon Association's sworn enemies, the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa, the Missouri estate will no longer trouble you in the future, and we will also immediately offer you the precious Warm Yang Jade. Furthermore, we will let you choose one of our daughters, whomever you fancy, as your wife. However, if you're unyielding in your plan rob the precious jade from us, or perhaps threaten us sisters, then your esteemed self will have been mistaken. I have already handed over the precious jade to my trusted confidant. If there is the slightest sign of trouble, then it will immediately be destroyed, ending us in mutual destruction. Lady Yen said with an imposing expression. Lady Yen, are you not afraid of the wind cutting your tongue? Have me, this one person, exterminate the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa. You must be truly absurd for thinking of this. Han Li seemed to have already anticipated Lady Yan's threat and wasn't alarmed at all. He had already known that the precious Warm Yang Jade could not be acquired by acting rashly. Aside from their threats, he still didn't know how many secret recruits they harbored, and thus capturing the other party and interrogating the whereabouts of the precious jade would simply end in failure. It would be best to make the other party willingly give it to him. Young Master Han, are you not a cultivator? How could these people of Jianghu be a match against your distinguished self? In addition, we don't want you to kill the gang in its entirety. Causing a few of their main leaders to disappear would be enough. This time, the gorgeous young third wife, after giving Han Li a soul-shaking, enchanting smile, said this with her graceful voice. What about being a cultivator? I don't know of other cultivators, but I do know of my own abilities with clear certainty. You can't just foolishly send one person to confront a large gang of several thousand members. Do you all truly believe that cultivators can outrageously murder ordinary people without fear of repercussion? Han Li coldly glanced at third wife. The awing chilliness froze her smiling expression. Under the effects of the eternal spring arts and a vigilant mind, he returned the gaze of her bewitching charming technique. How could it possibly affect him? Why? Does young master mean that there are limitations to what cultivators can do to ordinary people? Lady Yen asked, somewhat surprised by this revelation. I am not very certain of the specific details. After all, I haven't been a cultivator for long, so I wasn't truly in contact with these rules. Han Li dully said. Then he looked at Lady Yen, who looked as if she wanted to say something, and waved his hand, preventing her from talking. He continued coldly, however, if your brains aren't lacking, it should be clear that cultivators can't act against mortals as they desire. After all, your so-called Lan Province's 3 great hegemons and the 3 great gangs of Jia Yuan City still exist. They could have fallen to the schemes of unrighteous cultivators countless times. Perhaps even beautiful women like yourselves would have already become their playthings. Han Li's final sentence was completely blunt, turning the wives' complexions across from him to become scarlet and their eyes to show a bit of alarm. But this is merely young master's guess. It's not at all certain to be true. Lady Han was still somewhat unwilling, still attempting to persuade Han Li. So long as there is the possibility, this person will not perform actions that would bring destruction upon himself. Han Li fundamentally did not give Lady Yan's fantasies the slightest leeway, and he said this without a trace of politeness. Don't tell me that your venerable self plans to take our daughter's dowry with a sleight of hand and leave us with nothing. Lady Yan's complexion was somewhat unsightly. She said the word dowry with an especially heavy emphasis. Hearing her say this, although Han Li's expression did not change, his heart could not help but be somewhat depressed. The yin poison within me was originally given to me by your lord husband. Right now, I won't trouble you even if I am cured. What is there to think about? Hanli thought somewhat hatefully. However, Hanli knew if he were to say these words at this moment, these wives would not take it well and certainly wouldn't give him the precious warm young jade. As a result, Hanli gave in and muttered to himself. Then he raised his hand, cleared his throat, and said with a clear voice, I will give you two choices. Choose whichever you fancy. One is to have your Missouri estate immediately pack your baggage and prepare to travel far from the Lan province. Find a place where the power of your enemy clans cannot reach you and live as a commonwealthy household. You would live the rest of your lives peacefully and completely separate yourselves from the fights between Jianghu's factions. This entire journey will be safe, I completely guarantee it. Any forces that your enemies send to pursue you will unable to harm you. Hanli stopped there and looked at the change in the wives' expressions. Apart from a slight change from second wife Li, Lady Yan and third wife Lu were completely silent. It was clear what they thought of the proposal. Hanli didn't feel the need to look at fifth wife Wang since it would be impossible to make out anything useful from her icy appearance. Hanli looked at this situation and inwardly sneered several times. Lady Yan and Lady Lu were rather ambitious people. It was impossible for them to want to give up the power of the fearsome Flood Dragon Association and live as rural village women. When he had raised this proposal, he already understood this clearly. And the other choice? Third wife Lu noticed that Hanli stopped and could not but question him. There is one other choice. Hanli left his chair and stood. He looked up to the room before slowly telling the wives the other choice. Chapter 119, Unexpected Information. I could make the exception to act this once and cause the leaders of only one of the two gangs to disappear. After all, if the two hegemons were to simultaneously encounter misfortune, it would be far too easy for capable people to take note of this. The risk would increase significantly, so it isn't worth it for me to brave this strange danger. Furthermore, apart from these two options, I will not yield in the slightest. After Hanli said this, he hardened his face and spoke no more. He coldly waited for the wives' reply. After Lady Yan and the others heard Hanli's two choices, their faces had a concealed expression of pleasant surprise. However, after they looked at each other, they still hadn't immediately decided. Could your distinguished self please let us sisters talk this over for a moment? Afterwards, we will give young master a reply. After all, this is no small matter, we must greatly think this over. Lady Yan prudently said. Of course, I am not unreasonable. But at the latest, I require an answer by tomorrow morning. The rest of today should be enough for you to discuss this over. After Hanli said this, he no longer took notice of them and left in a relaxed manner. Hanli climbed down the stairs and did not return to his room. Instead, he gave the burly gate guards a baffled sight as he arrogantly left the Missouri estate. After he determined there was no one following him, Hanli returned to the inn he stayed at initially. As he entered the inn, Sun Ergu hurriedly welcomed him. If there is anything to say, say it in my room. Without waiting for Sun Ergu to start speaking, Hanli indifferently commanded him. Yes, esteemed young master. Sun Ergu respectfully followed behind Hanli. Entering the room, Hanli sat on the couch and stretched himself before saying indifferently, seeing your urgent appearance, it seems you have something important to tell me? Young master, there has been an extraordinary event. I must report it to you, sir. Sun Ergu mysteriously replied, unintentionally advancing half a step. If there is something to say, then say it. Don't be nervous. Hanli looked at Sun Ergu with a tilted glance. He. This humble person isn't feigning mystery. A rather unexpected event has occurred. This humble person obtained the exact information to present to young master. Recently, a large number of immortals have gathered in Jia Yuan City to meet together in some sort of great immortal assembly. I've heard that so long as you can participate in this meeting, even common folk can immediately become an immortal as a member of an immortal clan. Sun Ergu said, his saliva splashing around. Immortals. Han Li was slightly surprised. That's right, there have been people that have seen them with their own eyes. Immortals that can soar the skies, harness the mist and even expel lightning or shoot flames. Young master, what do you say? If one does not have any luck, how could they possibly see an immortal as they please? Sun Ergu asked somewhat enviously. Seeing his appearance, it seemed he had completely replaced himself with a person who couldn't wait to see an immortal. Han Li had already stopped listening at this point. What Sun Ergu called immortals were actually cultivators. However, how did a gangster find out about the meeting of cultivators? Han Li was somewhat shocked. How do you know of this? Do you know much about the person who gave you this information? Han Li asked with interest. This information is completely reliable. It is what my gang brothers have told me. However, because my gang leader is afraid of immortals, he ordered us to seal our lips. Only the upper division of the 4th level gang knows this information. I have also obtained similar information from a drunken noble. I imagine that young master, being such an expert, would be interested. As a result, I hastily rushed over and waited until young master had returned. Sun Ergu said, eager to take credit for his information. Oh. I will not forget your hard effort. However, first specifically explain how those in your gang evaded the notice of those immortals after learning this information. Han Li earnestly investigated in detail. This related to the reliability of the information, therefore, Han Li didn't dare to be careless. I also heard that drunk noble said it was like this. Sun Ergu didn't dare to speak false words and honestly informed Han Li, originally, the news from a small gang leader of the 4th level gang. Several days ago, he was conducting a large business transaction in the West City outskirts, but who would have thought the information was incorrect? The other party was far too greedy and had planned to kill everyone before escaping with the wind. In order to escape pursuit, he hid in a tree hole in the nearby woods. But unexpectedly, although the enemy had not found him, an incomparably large, monstrous eagle suddenly fell from the sky. That eagle's frightening appearance scared the gang members stiff. This man was quick-witted in the moment of crisis and suddenly thought to use the widely spread Jianghu turtle breath art. He used it on himself to reduce his breath and heartbeat to the extreme, thereby entering a state of feigned death and evading the eagle's notice. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he heard a dialogue from a young couple on the eagle's back. There were actually people on the eagle's back. However, because the eagle was so large and the man was panicked, he had not noticed the people on it earlier. Just like that, he faintly heard about the great immortal assembly. At that time, he also realized the young male-female couple were immortals, but his turtle breath art ran out of time, causing him to lose consciousness. By the time he had awakened, it was already the morning of the next day. The couple and the monstrous eagle had long departed without a trace. Thus, with no better option, he stamped his feet and beat his chest before returning crestfallen to the gang. The moment he returned, he was immediately yelled at, so he could not help but tell his superior of this. When his superior heard this, he didn't dare to cover it up and reported it to our gang leader, ape-armed Shinjongshan, who gave the command to seal our lips. After Han Li finished hearing Sun Ergu's story, although his face did not change, his heart stirred uncontrollably. A great many cultivators were meeting together. This was a golden opportunity that only occurred once every 100 years. If he could join, he would be able to come into contact with the world of cultivators, and he would no longer have to grope in the dark as he was doing now, arbitrarily trying to find the path of cultivation. Han Li strongly suppressed the excitement in his heart and thought for a moment. With a profoundly calm head, he asked, "Did that person hear the immortal couple say where they were holding the gathering of immortals?" Chapter 120 Scheming to Seize a Gang. Chapter 120, Scheming to Seize a Gang. He did not mention the time, but from the way he spoke, it appears that it's going to be not too long from now. As for the meeting place, it seems like it was not mentioned. Sun Urgu said as he scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Han Li frowned. Apparently, the information that Sun Urgu possessed was not 100% accurate. There were definitely some aspects that were overlooked. Han Li bowed his head and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he had an epiphany and thought of a brilliant idea. He cautiously gave Sun Urgu a once-over, then abruptly smiled and said, "Sun Urgu, I'm very pleased with the way you handle affairs recently, especially the major contribution you've made with the latest information. As a result, I am prepared to reward you heavily." When Sun Urgu heard this, he was so elated that his face brightened up subconsciously. Sun Urgu never would have thought that a few pieces of information would merit the appreciation of this esteemed young master and lead to a reward. It seemed that handling affairs for this person was truly refreshing. Although he didn't know why Han Li would reward him so handsomely, Han Li wouldn't give him a large amount of gold and silver treasure, would he? Sun Urgu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "Do you have any interest in becoming the commander of the 4th level gang?" Han Li's question was so earth-shattering that Sun Urgu's surprised face changed so drastically, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Young master must be joking and teasing this servant. This servant has little ability and character, how could I qualify to be a commander? Sun Urgu muttered sullenly. "Why not? With me supporting you from behind, even a small group like 4th level gang would be easy to obtain. Or are you willing to just be a minor gang leader and take care of the harbor for the rest of your life?" Han Li said cajolingly as he laughed softly. When Sun Urgu heard this, many expressions crossed his face. There was surprise, fear and mostly excitement. As a man, who would not imagine himself being surrounded by beauties one day? Having all the authority in his hands and being able to control someone's life or death, what a marvelous idea. Buried at the bottom of his heart, Sun Urgu's innermost ambition was lightly ignited by Han Li's few words. But Sun Urgu still had a few qualms and thus did not immediately agree with Han Li. "The martial arts of our commander and the 3 great protectors is certainly not weak. Can young master be certain that he can subdue them?" Sun Urgu asked tentatively in a low voice. "Subdue them? What's the use of that? Just kill them all," Han Li said coldly as he regarded them with little importance. Sun Urgu couldn't help but to shudder when he heard this. This young master's killing intent was truly too great. If he did not agree, Sun Urgu was afraid that he might be dealt with immediately. Since young master speaks highly of this servant's life is bound to young master. "I will listen to and obey your every command." Under Han Li's coercion and persuasion, Sun Urgu was finally willing to take some risks. "Good, this is how it should be." Han Li nodded his head in satisfaction. "Give me your commander's most recent movements." Han Li asked willfully. "There is one that is noteworthy. Recently, he has been going to the eastern city's most popular brothel, the Clear River Brothel, every afternoon. He has been entranced by the leading girl, Xiao Jinji. However, the 3 great protectors would also accompany him, so I'm afraid it might be a bit hard to deal with. Why not wait for a few more days and find a better opportunity?" Since Sun Urgu had already agreed with Han Li, he would immediately do everything he could for sake of his life and glory. No need. Since we already know the time and place, taking their small lives will be very easy. Han Li mentioned causally. But once they die, you're afraid you won't have the capability to take over 4th level gang, correct? Yes. Within the gang, this servant is only a minor leader. There are many other who have higher ranks and better qualifications than me, Sun Urgu said shamefully. Don't worry, if I said I'd make you the commander of the 4th level gang, you'll definitely be the commander. I will temporarily dispatch Crooked Soul to watch over you. He can get rid of all those that rebel against you and be your personal guard for the time being. Han Li declared confidently. Afterwards, Han Li rushed to the room next door and knocked calmly 3 times. A short moment later, Crooked Soul appeared in front of them. Keep this close to you and conceal it well. As long as you have this object on you, Crooked Soul will obey all your orders. He will get rid of your enemies and help you ascend to the position of commander. Han Li took out the soul-luring watch from his bosom. He caressed it softly for a while, then handed it over to Sun Urgu. Although the person holding soul-luring watch was not the master of Crooked Soul, he could still command Crooked Soul. This was another method of control on Crooked Soul that Dr. Mo taught Han Li. Furthermore, if the former owner dripped his blood essence onto the soul-luring watch, other people would not be able to tamper with it. Hence, Han Li was not afraid that Sun Urgu might have evil plans or other intentions. Sun Urgu had personally seen Crooked Soul's display of his mighty power, so he was especially surprised to receive the watch, increasing his courage drastically. Many thanks to young master's great kindness. This servant will definitely repay this favor with my life. But Sun Urgu was very clever. He knew that despite being the commander of the 4th level gang, he was actually just this young master's puppet. Thus, whenever there was an opportunity, he would fervently express his loyalty. Head back and prepare first then. Once that commander is dead, you should take advantage of the confusion and assume control of 4th level gang. But you must remember this, send me the fellow who saw the immortal couple. I want him unharmed as I have things to ask him. Did you get that? Han Li's last sentences were very strict, clearly attaching great importance to this task. Please be at ease, young master. This servant will definitely send him to you in one piece. I will absolutely not disappoint, young master. Sun Urgu immediately patted his chest and vowed with devotion written on his face. As long as you understand, then that's good. Bring Crooked Soul along with you then. The next time you see me, you will already be the commander. Han Li told him without batting an eye. This servant will retire now. Sun Urgu noted Han Li's notice to leave and tactfully retreated out of the house with great speed. Crooked Soul followed closely behind. The moment Sun Urgu left the house, Han Li stood up. Within the house, Han Li turned in a semicircle and suddenly let out a prolonged mellow whistle. Then, from the outside, the cloud-winged bird dived in and landed on Han Li's shoulder. Han Li extracted a bottle from his bosom and poured out the cloud-winged bird's favorite yellow chestnut pill, which he gently fed to the bird. Then he softly said, "Little fellow, catch up with the person who just left the house. If he leaves the city walls to escape, immediately return and tell me." When the cloud-winged bird finished listening to Han Li's words, it chirped intelligently and proceeded to fly out of the window, disappearing into the sky. Chapter 121 Clear River Brothel. Chapter 121 Clear River Brothel. Shin Zhongshan's current mood was quite good. He was currently sitting in a private room of the Clear River Brothel and embracing an exceptionally beautiful girl, using his large hands to grope her delicate body in a vulgar manner. Maybe it was due to Shin Zhongshan's impatience, but his handling caused the gorgeously enchanting maiden to giggle non-stop. "Miss Jean, I think you should just submit to our gang leader already. This is the first time our gang leader has been so infatuated with a woman. He came here in such a hurry even though the gang's affairs have not been completely dealt with." The person who said this was a dark fatty who wore loose-fitting gray garments. His waist was as large as a bucket, and his legs were twice the size a normal person's. After speaking, he was somewhat gasping for breath. "That's right, Miss Jinji. Our gang leader has visited your establishment every afternoon for 5 days in a row and spent a large sum of money. Furthermore, you profited quite a bit. You only let our gang leader embrace you for a while and never let him spend the night with you even once. This just doesn't make any sense." The one who spoke this time was a middle-aged scholar with a mole on his face. His eyes exuded a hidden fierceness, making him seem like a scheming person. Currently, besides Shinjongshan, there were 3 other people in the room. They were none other than 4th-level gang's 3 great protectors. The dark fatty was mad-fished Qian Jing. Disregarding his oddly plump size, he was actually extremely proficient in the Berserk 18 strike, and had killed many reputable experts. The Confucian scholar was a malicious scholar, Fan Ju. Even though he practiced a very swift and fierce snow wind sword technique, what made his name famous worldwide was his dark heart, fierce methods, and sinister intentions. Standing at one side was a dark-clothed person who had not spoken a word since the start. He was the strongest out of the 3 great protectors, throwing dagger, Shin San. His unique skill of sending out 18 throwing daggers in succession had previously helped Shinjongshan get rid of many experts who pursued a vendetta against him. In addition, Shin San was also Shinjongshan's distant relative. Thus, he was the one Shinjongshan regarded the most highly in the 4th-level gang. Just like Shinjongshan, each of the 3 protectors had a pretty girl sitting in their embrace. But these girls were nothing like the girl in Shinjongshan's embrace. She was delicate, charming, flirtatious and finely developed in figure. At this moment, when the giggling little Jinji heard mad-fished and malicious scholar Fan Ju's words, her eyes immediately began to tear up, as if a teardrop might fall at any moment. When Master Fan and Master Qian speak like this, you are wrongly accusing Jinji. The moment others see Master Shin, they would immediately know that he is a hero. To be able to fly together and nest together with Master Shin, that is all that Jinji wishes for. However, both of you also know that my body belongs to Clear River Brothel. Without the brothel's elderly Lady Wang's approval, if Jinji were to leave and receive patrons without permission, I will be beaten to death. Why doesn't Master Shin go and ask elderly Lady Wang? If she agrees to let Jinji receive patrons, then I will definitely wait upon Master Shin diligently tonight. The lead prostitute of the Clear River Brothel spoke in a sincere tone of sweet reasonableness and looked at Shinjongshan with extreme adoration. Her words seemed quite believable yet fake at the same time, making Qian Jin and Fan Ju look at each other speechlessly in dismay. Of course they had asked for the price of spending the night with little Jinji. Using the excuse of little Jinji having never spent the night with a patron before, elderly Lady Wang demanded an exorbitant price that made gang leader Shinjongshan's heart skip a beat. Thus, they had never reached an agreement. It was even more impossible to use force to negotiate. The Clear River Brothel was the property of Jia Yuan City's 3rd largest gang, the Heavenly Tyrant sect. After hitting a snag with this giant red card, Qian Jin and Fan Ju could only vent their frustration on the Clear River Brothel's girls who were in their arms. Only after groping them ferociously did they let the matter drop. Hee, many thanks to the 2 worthy little brothers for being concerned about my affairs. But don't worry, 2 days ago I made a great business deal. This small amount of money isn't too much. On the contrary, you, beautiful lady, cannot go back on your words. You must properly wait upon this Lord Master when the time comes. The lustful Shinjongshan said contentedly as he suddenly turned towards little Jinji, who was in his embrace, and nibbled her fragrant cheek. Shinjongshan was a huge man with very hairy arms and chest. His 2 arms were much longer than that of an average human. Thus, his whole person looked like a beast wearing clothes, truly so ugly that he could frighten people. A few years ago, this extremely boorish man used open arm punch, a skill that he mastered to perfection, to kill the fourth-level gang's predecessor, Go Tianpa, and his trusted aides, the four great warlords, thereby seizing the position as gang leader. Therefore, in the entire Jia Yuan city, he was definitely a part of the top-ranking experts and must not be underestimated. Master Shen, little Jinji appeared very bashful when Shen Zhongshan sneakily bit her cheek and behaved like a spoiled child in his arms, making Shen Zhongshan quite pleased with himself as he laughed heartily. Dong dong. Dong dong. Right in that moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? The dark fatty, mad-fisted Qian Jin was unhappy and shouted out the question in a bad mood. I am here to deliver beverages to the gentleman in the room. The voice of a youthful male came through from the outside. Then why are you taking so slow to deliver? I've already complained that there are not enough drinks. The dark fatty spoke without thinking when he heard the reply. In the wake of Qian Jin's words, a young man wearing servant clothes came in. The ordinary-looking youth was holding a tray with both hands. There were several dishes and 2 bottles of alcohol on the tray. Quickly bring the alcohol here. I want to see how it tastes like. Fatty Qian Jin was a typical drunkard. Thus his eyes immediately brightened up and he clamored incessantly when he saw the 2 bottles of alcohol. Yes, this servant will carry it to you. This person, with an appearance of a young servant, walked forward a few steps and placed a wine cup on the table. The moment the fatty saw the wine cup, he immediately grabbed it in his hand and wanted to down it to taste its flavor. Wait, fatty. The quiet black-clothed person, Shen San, suddenly stopped Qian Jin from pouring the alcohol into his mouth. Chapter 122 Kill by Poison. Chapter 122, Kill by Poison, what's going on? Qian Jin asked, baffled by Shen San's warning. Due to his continuous trust in Shen San, he unconsciously stopped himself from drinking the alcohol. The one who originally served the food wasn't you, but was someone else. Shen San did not pay notice of the fatty's misgivings but instead kept his hand on the saber at his waist and slowly stood. He coldly asked the young servant with the wine. Because there are too many guests, Li Er went to another room to run some errands. I am his replacement. Uncle, what's wrong? This young servant was looking attentively at Shen San. His complexion turned completely white after a moment as he replied, completely fearful. Seeing this person's expression, Shen San's expression had somewhat relaxed, however he still seemed ill at ease. He turned his head to the little Jean embraced by Shen Zhongshan and asked, Miss Jean, do you know this person? Is he truly a person from your Clear River brothel? This amazing beauty showed an expression of embarrassment, but still somewhat awkwardly said, I won't conceal this from you, Grandpa Shin, this person does seem really unfamiliar, however, our Clear River brothel contains over several hundred people. For this woman, having not seen someone before is not such a strange matter. Ha! Little San, aren't you bothering Miss Jean? How could such a delicately sweet beauty recognize everyone beneath her? Could it be you believe that this person infiltrated this establishment as an assassin? Shen Zhongshan unconcernedly asked as he lowered his head onto the attractive woman at his side and took a few strong whiffs. Boss, we make our livings on the blade's edge. It would be to our utmost advantage to be careful. Shen San's face was expressionless and he sent a rigid look at the youth delivering the plate. Hee. This person's footsteps are careless, and his eyes have no spirit. With a single look, you can tell he is no martial artist. If you still don't feel at ease, I still have a method that will identify his authenticity. The malicious scholar Fan Zhu coldly laughed several times and darkly stated. Ever since he entered the 4th level gang, he had long been dissatisfied with the trust Shen Zhongshan placed in Shen San as well as the claim that Shen San deserved the title of the fourth-level gang's brains. He decided to disgrace Shen San rather nicely. Oh, what kind of method? My old pal Fan, don't hesitate to test it out. Although Shen Zhongshan had said this with a very heroic appearance, he actually cherished his small life rather greatly. As a result, he immediately withdrew his previous remark and approved Fan Ju's examination. Since this person doesn't know martial arts, if he truly wanted to harm us, he would have simply tampered with our food and drink. So let's have him try it out and have the truth come to light. The malicious scholar said with a card up his sleeve. Brother Fan, good plan. Boy, first drink some of this wine for Uncle and eat some of the food too. If you have the slightest hesitation, Uncle will immediately wring your head. The dark fatty Qian Jin applauded happily and then loudly berated the young servant. When the black-clothed man, Shen San, heard Fan Ju's words, he truly felt that this method was truly not bad and did not speak any words of opposition. He coldly looked on as a bystander. As for that Shen Zhongshan and little Jinji in his bosom, they also had no complaints. Consequently, the young servant that delivered the wine and food, with a sullen face, drank a cup of wine and ate a few mouthfuls of food. Seeing this person come out unscathed after eating the food and drinking the wine, Fan Ju complacently smiled and said to Shen San with great emphasis, "It seems my boy, Shen, was overly cautious. This person is truly just a servant. Next time, by all means, don't sweep everyone's wine again." With this said, he threw several spoons of food into his mouth and slowly chewed. Humph. Shen San snorted, not at all paying attention to Fan Ju's oblique accusation but instead sat back down with a relaxed body. Ha! It's not important. It was just a misunderstanding. Shen Zhongshan naturally knew that his two subordinates did not get along well. However, this was what he had wanted to see. As a result, he feigned an outspoken laughing smile. Since this was a misunderstanding, this young servant can leave now. This silver can be regarded as a gift to you. Shen Zhongshan felt around for 2 taels worth of silver and tossed it towards the young servant. Thank you, uncle. Since I have no other business here, this servant will ask to be excused. The youth, dressed as a young servant, saw the silver with delight and withdrew in high spirits, closing the room's door as he left. Uncle Shen is truly generous. In the future you can't be stingy toward Jinji either. Little Jinji's sweet, coquettish voice spread throughout the room. Of course, beautiful. You are Uncle's dearest treasure. So long as you serve this uncle well, he definitely won't treat you unfairly. Come brothers. Let us all drink a cup. We won't be returning sober. Shen Zhongshan's broken, harsh voice spread outside the room, where the youth could hear everything clearly. The youth outside the room suddenly sneered. He did not immediately leave but rather secretly eavesdropped in the vicinity, standing there like a ghost. He was motionless, as if he were waiting for something. After the time it took to make a cup of tea, frightened yelling abruptly came from within the room, "Poison. The food and drinks are laced with poison. I've been poisoned." Just after he said this, the man strangely laughed 2 times before his breath halted. It appeared that this voice belonged to the dark fatty, Qian Jing. The time it takes to make a cup of tea, 5 minutes, slut. You actually conspired to murder the gang leader. I want your life. Shen Zhongshan roared with startling anger. However, it appeared to be too late, and after involuntarily letting out 2 hollow laughs, he actually fell to the ground, dead. Poison expert Fan Ji and Shen San fearfully looked at each other and spoke in unison, "That young servant poisoned us. That young servant must surely have the antidote." The two men immediately pushed the women in their embrace away and dashed out the door as if their buttocks were on fire. Unfortunately, just as they left the door, they let out a ha-ha before slowly falling to the ground. It seems that the dark fatty drank the most and therefore was the first to have the toxin take effect. That Shan must have also drank quite a bit and was the second. As for the black-clothed person and the scholar, although they did not drink much, the toxicity of my laughing soul powder is fierce. So long as a single drop is consumed, death will be certain, without a doubt. The youth leisurely thought. Afterwards, he waited for a moment before opening the door and entering the room. Taking a single look within the room, he saw that not a single life had remained. Even little Jinji and the other 3 women drank a cup and had long since taken their dying breath. After Hanli looked once through and confirmed for certain that none were still alive, did he swiftly leave the doom. Once the news that Shan succumbed to poison spreads, people will surely believe that he was killed by his enemies of Jianghu. It shouldn't provoke any greatly troublesome people. Hanli thought as he relaxed himself on the way back. This pure spirit powder is truly effective. So long as I take a dose in advance, not only can I protect myself against all kinds of poisons, but I can also protect myself against bewitching scents and other odd drugs. Last time, I used it against Lady Yen and the other wives, much to my amusement. He smiled somewhat oddly and could not help but grope the inside of his bosom. On the way back to the inn, Hanli saw no one noteworthy. He then entered his room and lied down on his bed, soundly sleeping. This was a habit Hanli unintentionally acquired. So long as he finished some great matter, he was particularly fond of lying down and falling fast asleep, properly loosening the exhaustion of his body and mind. As Hanli slept soundly, the deaths of Shan and his 3 great protectors had been discovered by the Clear River brothel. As a result, when the news spread throughout the 4th level gang, there was much uproar caused by many ambitious people. No one had thought to investigate Shan's death, because in Jia Yuan City, the strong preying on the weak was the law of the land. Shan had also climbed to his position after murdering the previous 4th level gang's leader. Consequently, the remaining leaders of the 4th level gang only cared about who was going to fill the vacancy left by the previous gang leader's death. As a result, incompetent candidates and those who remained unconvinced all competed in a fiery melee for the position of gang leader. Eventually for the 4th level gang, this broke out during the same evening. The morning of the next day, the outcome was shockingly discovered by common gang members of the lowest gangs, those who had never taken part in the melee. In the entire 4th level gang, the one left standing was unexpectedly Sun Urgu, who could barely lift his eyes from exhaustion. Last night, this Sun Urgu had actually killed the rest of his senior opposition. Once no one dared to stand in opposition against him, he smoothly ascended to the position of 4th level gang's gang leader. Furthermore, the other gangs in the Western City District were given notice, confirming his succession. After Hanli, the one that plotted this behind the scenes, rose from a comfortable sleep, he showed up in the Missouri estate at the small and rather unique building. He was facing the still-standing Lady Yen and several other beautiful women. However, behind them were the 3 great beauties of Jia Yuan City, Teacher Mo's 3 tender daughters. Hanli had seen Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan before, and thus his gaze was mostly focused on Dr. Mo's adopted daughter, Mo Fingwu. Wearing the yellow jacket, Mo Fingwu had a face shaped like a goose egg. It seemed she was 16 to 17 years of age, and her entirety was filled with an extraordinary gracefulness, giving Hanli the impression of a dainty spirit. At this time, because Hanli was attentively watching Mo Fingwu, she had somewhat shyly lowered her head, revealing an exquisitely slender, snow-white neck. Upon seeing this, Hanli could not help but secretly swallow his saliva several times. Young Master Han, refrain from looking at my clan's Fingwu with such a lustful gaze. Our Fengwu's face is quite thin. Are we not going to continue yesterday's topic? After the third wife smiled bewitchingly, she said these words to Hanli with her charming voice. Chapter 123, Business Deal, Topic. What topic? I came here asking for your final decision. Do you want to depart from here and live in secrecy? Or would you rather have me dispose of one of your great adversaries? After Hanli withdrew his gaze from the yellow-jacketed beauty, he straightened his face and said this, not polite in the least. After Lady Yen heard Hanli's words, she wrinkled her brow and slowly said this to Hanli, young Master Han, don't be in such a hurry. After we sisters thoroughly thought this through yesterday, we had decided to choose the second option. However, we wish to change the terms a bit. I already emphasized that I do not wish to haggle with the several madams over the terms. This matter cannot be changed. Agree to my conditions and choose. Hanli said, suddenly showing displeasure. Young master, what do you think about my daughter's looks? Lady Yen did not take notice of Hanli's displeasure and unexpectedly turned the conversation toward the three Mo sisters. National grace with the scent of divinity. To praise the innate beauty of these women with these words would not be excessive. Hanli was surprised but immediately replied with a light smile. He somewhat vaguely understood Lady Yan's plan. TL, outstanding beauty, national grace, divine fragrance, our request is well within reason. So long as your distinguished self can eliminate the heads of the Rainbow Sect and the Hegemon's Villa, not only will we give you the precious warm yang jade for detoxification, but you can also take all three sisters as your wives and concubines. Were you not looking at Fengwu just a moment ago? So long as you agree, she could be of your Han clan. Lady Yen earnestly said, pointing behind her to Mo Yuzhu and their daughters. Fourth mother. Mother. Mo Yuzhu and Mo Caihuan's expressions greatly changed, and they could not help but cry out. It was clear that these two had not been informed of this and were frightened pale by Lady Yan's rash promise. Apart from Lady Yan's complexion turning slightly pale, she had still kept her calm. It was no surprise that they were so alarmed. Hanli's appearance was truly not astonishing at all, and he was a world of difference away from the two's image of their ideal husband. They didn't share a single common trait with him. How could they be willing to marry themselves to Hanli? Stop talking. This is a matter that I and your mothers have already decided upon. If you do not comply, you will be expelled from the Missouri estate. Lady Yen said with a cold voice as she lowered her face. Hearing these words being uttered, the three Mo sisters were all stunned. Mo Yuzhu slightly bit her almond lips as her complexion ashened. The dazed Mo Caihuan gazed toward her second mother and fifth mother, both of whom usually loved her the most dearly, while begging with her eyes. Only Mo Fengwu was somewhat better, but her body had lightly trembled. She motionlessly leaned against the wall. There is no need to threaten the young ladies. I cannot agree to your conditions. It's like how that old saying goes, no matter the circumstances, I will not brave pointless hazards. I quite cherish my little life. After a moment of silence, Hanli replied with a lowered voice, flatly rejecting Lady Yan's proposal. As for Hanli, to say that his heart was not moved when facing the three beautiful Mo sisters would be a completely false statement. However, Hanli had already carefully considered that if he were to kill the other two hegemons of the Lan province, it would surely provoke the notice of someone observant and cause life-threatening disaster to descend upon him. Just by thinking about it, after the Rainbow Sect and the Seoul Hegemon's Villa's collapse, Lady Yen was certain to bring the fearsome Flood Dragon Association to great power and become the greatest beneficiary. Good courage. Good decisiveness. You are truly worthy of leading the fearsome Flood Dragon Association. Han Li could not help but give praise. His gaze then moved toward the rest of the women. Chapter 124 Fengwu. Chapter 124, Fengwu. My sisters do not need to take the poison. Is my life not enough as collateral? Lady Yan, who previously swallowed the pill, prevented second wife Li from taking the poison. When Han Li heard Lady Yan's words, he was slightly stunned, exposing an appearance of surprise. After he immediately muttered to himself, he slightly nodded his head and said, "Since fourth Martial Mother feels so deeply for her sisters, I, Han Li, will not be an unreasonable person. Fine, second Martial Mother and the rest do not need to take the poison." After Han Li said this, he took the bottle from Lady Yan's hands and stored it in his bosom. Since this affair has been concluded, I will first take my leave. Tomorrow at this time, I will come back to the Missouri estate for the portrait and other necessary items, then I will directly head to the hegemon's villa. Thank you for your troubles, young master. Lady Yan and the others stood up to send him off. Han Li faintly smiled, turned his body as easily as wind, and left the room. Just as Han Li had left the small building, there were the sounds of many hurried footsteps from behind him. Senior apprentice Brother Han, wait a moment. My second sister has come to find you for a certain matter. Han Li heard the shouting voice of that young girl, Mo Tsaihuan, and sighed. He helpless turned his body. He saw that little demoness take the lead at the front, followed by Mo Fengwu and Mo Yuzhu. They were all walking straight toward him. Mo Tsaihuan overtook Han Li by a few steps. Then she widely opened her eyes, walked around him in a circle, and smacked her lips incessantly as if she were looking at a rare object. All right. Senior apprentice Brother Han, I was already quite bitter from being cheated. However, I didn't expect that you were also a faker. You actually went as far as to use some small thing to trick me into moving around in circles. When Han Li heard this, he rolled his eyes at this girl. What small thing? This girl clearly wants a better gift, and thus, he must leave at once. Third sister, don't be rude. Stop making trouble for young Master Han. This was the first time Han Li heard Mo Fengwu's voice. It was completely gentle and soft, like velvet, and could give a person a sense of comfort. What? Am I not taking revenge on behalf of our mothers? Who let this guy act so lofty in front of my mother? Mo Tsaihuan angrily asked. Sure enough, the words Han Li heard fit his expectations. This girl had came here purely to vex him. In that case, he no longer paid notice of the little demoness and turned his head to Mo Fengwu, second junior apprentice sister. Is something on your mind that compelled you to find me? Having Han Li speak to her caused her complexion to slightly red. However, she continued, softly saying, Fengwu came to find young master to simply know whether third sister's winding fragrance pills were truly gifted by young master. Has my father's medical expertise been completely passed down to young master? When Han Li had first seen Mo Fengwu, he had quite a favorable impression of her. Now that he had seen this shy jade person speak so tenderly, his mind could not help but feel a large amount of sympathy toward her. TL, Jade Person. Lit. Jade Person, refined beauty. I got tired to saying the word beauty. As a result, he politely said, in response to second junior apprentice sister's question, Han Li will naturally say all he knows. Junior apprentice sister Tsaihuan's winding fragrance pills were truly gifted by me. I have also indeed learned many medicinal recipes and obtained great medical expertise. This winding fragrance pill was such a recipe. Could it be that junior apprentice sister Fengwu is greatly interested in this? Ever since Han Li had seen the medicinal herbs growing in the back garden, he knew for certain that there was someone here learning Dr. Mo's medical expertise. Now that he saw Mo Fenwu ask this, his mind knew that it was most likely to be the jade person before him. As expected, after Han Li said these words, this young woman, who originally seemed extremely gentle and quiet, displayed a cheerful expression from her eyes as she said, "I won't conceal this from young master." Ever since Fengwu was a child, she was greatly interested in father's medical skills and meticulously studied many of father's medical books and experiences. Unfortunately, when father departed the Missouri estate, Fengwu's age was still young, and thus, what she had acquired was quite limited. After she finished speaking, Mo Fengwu was somewhat hesitant, but still she continued, "Therefore, Fengwu has a request which she hopes young master will be able to complete. Is it possible for your distinguished self to give a copy of father's medical skills and insight to Fengwu to let her learn a few things and deepen her own medical expertise?" After she said these words, this second junior apprentice sister from the Missouri estate blushed. It was clear that to boldly request this of him was quite embarrassing for her. After Han Li finished hearing the jade person's request, he didn't think of it in the least and immediately agreed. "No problem. Tomorrow, when I come to the Missouri estate, I will give the few of Dr. Mo's remaining manuscripts and prescriptions to second junior apprentice sister." Naturally, these already belonged to the Missouri estate. "I had originally planned to hand them over to fourth marshal mother, but since second junior apprentice sister wants them, giving them to second junior apprentice sister would be the same," Han Li said with a smile. "A great many thanks, young master." Fengwu can't help but be grateful. Mo Fengwu's face showed an appreciation for his decision. "Second sister, why in the world are you thanking him? Did you not hear him say that those objects originally belonged to us? He should be giving them to you of his own volition." The nearby Mo Tsaihuan blinked several times before interrupting. After Han Li heard the words of the young girl, he shot her a glance and thought, "If it wasn't your second sister, such a gentle and pleasant beauty, requesting this of me, would I still return these items, which fell into my possession, to the Missouri estate? I wouldn't even think of it. Third sister, don't speak drivel. Young Master Han will bring us father's remnants without the slightest hesitation." This sufficiently shows young master's intentions. Seeing something amiss between Han Li and Mo Tsaihuan, Mo Fengwu hastily chided the young girl and then pulled her away. After she gracefully bowed to Han Li, she took her leave. From the beginning to end, the Mo estate's eldest daughter, Mo Yuzhu, hadn't said a word. After she saw her two sisters depart, she took a deep look at Han Li and left. The Mo estate's eldest daughter, what meaning did her glance hold? Does she appreciate me, loathe me, or even both? Han Li threw Mo Yuzhu a departing glance, somewhat at a loss. However, Han Li shrugged his shoulders and thought of it no longer. He then left the Missouri estate. By the time Han Li returned to the inn, the newly appointed fourth-level gang's gang leader Sun Ergu and one other person had already been waiting for a while outside his room. Naturally, Crooked Soul was there as well. After Han Li saw Sun Ergu, he nodded his head and pushed open the room's door. Sun Ergu and the other person immediately followed him inside. Then each person had a man respectfully standing on either side of them to attend to their needs. After Han Li sat down, he sized up the stranger that came in with Sun Ergu. He was a robust man of perhaps 30 years and had a frightening face as well as a fearsome appearance. "Seeing your bright red face, you must have already acquired the seat as the gang leader of the fourth-level gang," Han Li faintly said to Sun Ergu. "Take a seat. Take a seat." It was because of this young master's backing that this servant is where he is today. Sun Ergu hastily replied, beaming with joy. "So long as you know. I will not meddle with the fourth-level gang's affairs, but you must use the fourth-level gang's power in accordance to my instructions. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind switching in a different gang leader," Han Li coldly warned. These words made Sun Ergu, originally lost in joy, immediately shiver, greatly clearing his clouded mind. I will follow young master's instructions at any cost. Even if it costs me my life, I will do it. Sun Ergu assumed a loyal appearance in a rush. Hanli faintly let out an "n", no longer taking notice of Sun Ergu and instead turning his gaze to the other man. You were the one that heard the immortal's conversation? Hanli asked, rather interested. That's right. This servant Shitinu had truly heard this. The robust man respectfully replied. TL, Tinu. Iron Bull, though this person might be strong and tall, he was not at all stupid. He clearly understood that this unremarkable youth before him had elevated Sun Ergu, who was originally of the same status of himself, to the gang leader's position. Thus, he didn't dare be negligent. Hanli was very satisfied. So long as this man was clever, this affair would be handled smoothly. Tell me about the day when you saw the immortal couple, from start to finish. If I am satisfied, I'll have you be Sun Ergu's assistant and turn you into the 4th level gang's vice-gang leader. Hanli knew that only with the attachment of rewards would others work with enthusiasm. As a result, he made such an unrestrained promise. As expected, when Shitinu heard what was said, he was delighted. He excitedly slapped his chest immediately, expressing that he would surely satisfy Hanli. When Sun Ergu heard these words, he was somewhat unwilling. However, he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of disagreement on his face. As a result, after Shitinu calmed down a bit, he narrated the day he came across the immortals once through and in great detail. Shitinu's account and the finer details spoken by Sun Ergu were much different, but the overall course of events were almost entirely the same. This immortal couple, did they mention any time or place? After Hanli finished hearing Tinu's statement, he asked of the matter that he was most concerned about. Chapter 125 Plans. Chapter 125, Plans, Time. Place. When Shitinu heard this, he was stunned momentarily. It seemed he had no recollection of it. But now, seeing Hanli so serious, he knew this was the crucial point of his service. He lowered his head and pondered deeply, trying to recollect his memory. Half a quarter of an hour later. Got it! Shitinu suddenly shouted, raising his head. His face was completely cheerful. I heard the female immortal tell her male companion that before they participate in the immortal's great assembly, he was to accompany her to an immortal gathering place called the Great South Valley. TL, Great South, Tainan. Could almost mean southmost or the most southern, Great South Valley. Hanli softly murmured to himself. He had never heard of it before, not even the slightest impression. Hanli turned his gaze to Sun Ergu. If this place had a name, then this local gang boss should have a bit of information. There is no such place in Jia Yuan City. If there is truly such a valley, I would remember it quite clearly. Sun Ergu creased his brow and shook his head left and right. Did you for some reason remember incorrectly? Hanli brought his gaze back to Shitinu as he spoke in a cold, severe tone. I absolutely did not. That woman also said that, as long as they hurry for half a day, she would be able to attend the meeting with her friend at Great South Valley. Shitinu said, hastily swearing to the heavens. Half a day. If a person were to walk by foot, then they would no longer be in the vicinity of Jia Yuan City. But if these two were rushing on flying beasts, then the scope would be great. Even so, it shouldn't stray from the boundaries of Lan Province. Hanli inwardly pondered. Do you two know of any places called a Great South Valley or with names that include Great South? Hanli's expression eased a bit as he asked the two. Sun Ergu and Shitinu looked at each other and spoke nearly at the same time. Great South Temple. Great South Mountain. There are two places called Great South. Hanli was surprised. Groaning, he started to have a small headache. Young master, there isn't. There is only one. Sun Ergu hastily replied. That Great South Temple was built on Great South Mountain. Shitinu added, not to be outdone. Oh. Very good. Then it seems that Great South Valley should located there, Hanli easily stated. But young master, we have never heard of a Great South Valley near Great South Mountain. It could be wrong. Sun Ergu warned with doubt. When Hanli heard this, he chuckled, it isn't wrong, it's this place. You aren't cultivators, so of course you wouldn't know of this place. I suppose that there should be some sort of cultivator's residence, Hanli excitedly thought. Where is the lowest point of this Great South Mountain? After Hanli's excitement, he recalled that this place wasn't well known and asked without thinking. Young master, Great South Mountain is in the Lan province's southmost area. Sun Ergu respectfully said. Lan province is south. Hanli wrinkled his brow. The hegemon's villa and the sovereign he was to assassinate were right in the center of the Lan province, out of the way and absolutely inconvenient. It seemed that he would have to make several trips. Sun Ergu, after you return, have Shitinu become the 4th level gang's vice commander. I know you aren't too willing, but since I already promised this person, the promise must be kept. Hanli instructed Sun Ergu. I don't dare to refuse, young master. Your wish is my command. I wouldn't voice even half a complaint. When Sun Ergu heard this, he had a fright. Recalling what Hanli had said before, his complexion turned pale. Be at ease, I am well aware of your loyalty. This bottle contains the antidote that will completely dissolve the poison in your body. Just like I promised, you will have nothing further to fear. Look out for yourselves. In the coming days, you do not need to come see me. I will soon leave on a prolonged journey far from here, and I do not know when I will return. Hanli softly waved his hand as he told them to leave. When Sun Ergu and Shitinu heard these words, they respectfully withdrew from the room, leaving Hanli as the sole person within. Even so, he was still contemplating about something. This Great South Valley, at the very bottom of Great South Mountain, what sort of cultivators will there be? If I come to their door without prior notice, would it be improper? Would I encounter danger? Hanli foolishly thought. As of now, he could not help but let his mind wander and enter a state of selflessness. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 2 months had already passed. At this moment, Hanli could not longer be found in Jiayuan City. Furthermore, Hanli's silhouette would no longer be seen for quite a long time. Chapter 126 Great South Mountain, Great South Valley, and the Youth. Chapter 126, Great South Mountain, Great South Valley, and the Youth. Guanggue City was located in the southernmost part of the Lan province. Not very large in size, the city contained only a few 100,000 people, 1/5 that of Jiayuan City. However, this place was surrounded by mountains from 3 sides with the 4th side against a lake. Unlike the rich nobles' vacationing destinations, this graceful environment facilitated the growth of several rarely seen fruits, a local specialty that caused this small city to have quite a reputation. Great South Mountain was located not far west of Guanggue City. It stood 3,000 meters high as the Lan province's 4th tallest mountain and was enveloped in mist all year long. On the mountain's peak, there was a moderately sized temple, Great South Temple. Because these temples were quite accurate, every year a few high-ranking officials and nobles went out of their way to come pray, giving large amounts of monetary offerings to the temple. As a result, it earned a widespread reputation for burning incense without interruptions at its temple front. Currently, in the woods down at the base of Great South Mountain, a person was sitting in the dense undergrowth beneath a huge tree. His hands grasped a flickering red light that was pressed up against his dantian as it repeatedly rocked back and forth. Suddenly, this person's body shook, and he let out a gloomy groan. He lowered the shining red object in his hand, exposing its true appearance. It was actually a top-quality fine azure jade. Not only was this fine jade completely pure, there were also several faint traces of red light seeping out from within the depths of the jade. Upon seeing this, any passerby could make out this jade was no mundane object and held considerable value. This person slowly withdrew the azure jade from his abdomen and raised his head to look at the sky, showing that he was a common male youth. He was precisely Hanli, who had disappeared from Jia Yuan City. Hanli then lowered his head and looked at the object in his hand. His face could not help but expose a cheerful expression. Ever since the day he obtained this precious warm young jade, it had continuously extracted the coldine poison from his body. As a result, the poison was completely extracted only after half a month. Even so, it had not been easy. When drawing out the poison, Hanli greatly suffered from an aching itch that entered his bones. He still had lingering trepidation every time he remembered the experience. However, this precious warm young jade was truly a treasure. It actually contained spiritual qi, expelling his poison to great effect and with much ease. He feared if he had not acquired this, he would need tens of days to thoroughly remove his body's poison. Thinking of this, Hanli returned the precious jade into the wooden box beside him, which he then carefully hid it away on his person. As Hanli stood up and moved his stiff limbs about, his thoughts drifted back to his experiences these past 2 months. After Hanli had finished making his arrangements, he went to the Missouri estate the following day and obtained information on Ouyang Feitian and the hegemon's villa. He then rode on a precious horse gifted by the Missouri estate and hastily journeyed day and night, eventually arriving at the hegemon's villa within 10 days. After several days of continuous spying and infiltration, Hanli acquired a golden opportunity and sent out his precious talisman towards Ouyang Feitian, who was admiring the full moon all alone. Sacrificing a use of his sword talisman, he beheaded him in a moment and took his life. The course of events went by exceptionally smoothly. Not a wave of commotion arose, nearly causing Hanli to suspect that the person he had killed was perhaps a fake. Ever since an unknown day, all the villagers that entered the strange slope did not immediately exit the dense fog, but were instead trapped for 2 to 3 days, completely weakened by hunger. Only then were they able to walk away from the fog. Thus, no one had dared to rush the strange mountain slope ever again. The villagers eventually became accustomed to that place and turned a blind eye to it. After Hanli heard this, he was overjoyed. Hanli knew this strange mountain slope was most likely the place he was looking for. Furthermore, even if this place wasn't that great South Valley, it was certain to be the residence of some cultivators. What Hanli was most happy about from the villagers' account was that the temperament of the mountain slope's master could not at all be regarded as malicious. He shouldn't be a cultivator that would immediately kill him should they meet. Hence, there should be much leeway in meeting him. Although that was the case, Hanli still wouldn't pay a visit without a plan. Instead, he would stay in the woods. Only after he completely prepared his body's concealed weapons would he go and pay a visit in his peak state. That way, if something were to go wrong, he was quite certain that he would be able to escape. After Hanli thought of this, he planned to lodge in a villager's house, eat some food and stay the night. The day after he would go visit that strange slope. Thus, Hanli walked away from the woods towards the nearby small village. Just as he was about to enter the small village, Hanli saw a 15 to 16-year-old youth wearing white clothes. He stood at the village's entrance with several villagers around him, joyfully talking about something. Hanli was slightly surprised that an outsider had appeared here at this moment. It was quite possible that this was no ordinary person, so naturally, Hanli took a glance at him with the heaven's eye technique. With just a look, Hanli's heart was overjoyed. It turned out that this white-clothed youth's body was enveloped in a faint spiritual light slightly lesser than his own. This youngster was also a cultivator. The youngster in the distance seemed to have sensed someone looking at him and turned toward Hanli. Once he saw Hanli, his face immediately lit up with a happy expression, and he hastily ran over in an instant. Is this brother also heading toward Great South Valley? Brother, I am Wan Xiao Shan of the Dry Precipice Mountains Wan clan. Want to go together to pay our respects? This youth ran until he was panting, and without waiting for his breath to steady, he impatiently said this to Hanli, TL. One of the Wan clan literally means 10,000. Xiao Shan means little mountain. Hanli glanced at the youngster's delicate features and delicate skin, all of which were characteristics belonging to an influential family's young master who lived like a prince. Of course we can. However, do you know where Great South Valley is located? After Hanli heard his request, Hanli said this while remaining completely calm. Hee. I've only heard my clan members say that Great South Valley was on Great South Mountain's northern face. Its gate is covered in dense fog all year long. However, I don't know the specifics. I've asked a few of the villagers where Great South Valley is located, and they also don't know. But brother is sure to know, right? Somewhat embarrassed, the youth scratched his head before looking at Hanli with a hopeful gaze. Little brother, is this the first time you've journeyed abroad? When Hanli heard the other person's words, he suppressed the happiness in his thoughts and asked with a smile. Big brother guessed correctly. This is my first time traveling so far from home. The youth somewhat bashfully nodded his head. All right then, follow me. I will bring you along. Hanli hadn't been completely certain that the strange slope was the Great South Valley he was trying to find, but now that he heard the youth's words, he was completely certain. That's great. This time I can learn and experience quite a bit. When the youth heard Hanli's words, he could not help cheerfully say this with excitement. Seeing the youngster like this, Hanli faintly smiled. From the words that had just left the youth's mouth, he was able to understand a bit more about cultivators. What do you want to learn and experience by going to Great South Valley? Hanli slowly walked to the strange slope with the youngster. The place had long been secretly scouted by him several times, and he had remembered the place very clearly. There's too much to say. I want to look at the secret arts and magic techniques belonging to other clans and schools. I also want to trade with them for things that I like. The youngster spoke without thinking. Oh. Hanli softly agreed. However, his mind was somewhat puzzled. When he heard the youth's voice, he felt that this Great South Valley wasn't just a gathering of numerous cultivators. Could it be that some greater event would later occur? Hanli grew anxious at this thought. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.